see, success in Primerica doesn't come from some natural gifting. It doesn't come from some amazing talent. It comes from hard work applied with this great business system.
It's a tenacity and a consistency business.
I really believe the dream rests in one word only, and it's freedom.
Oh, Gforce International. Man, I tell you what, it's good morning to most people on the continent. It's lunchtime for us right now, right, Mars?
Right here in Atlanta,
That's
Georgia.
right. So listen, we're coming to you live here from Atlanta, Georgia. A beautiful day in Atlanta. I hope it's a great day for all of you out there, wherever you might be. This is becoming such a special time for all of us. You know, Marcy, it's been 4 months since we've done the last one. We've had 4 months of competition, okay, which we're going to be recognizing all of our competitors today, and in 4 different categories, right? We're going to be recognizing today recruiting, and we're starting off with that in just a few minutes, so you better rally your people. Then we're going to have our top 25 competition in premium, and this is for future RVPs and RVPs, right? And then also in securities and, of course, cash flow. And Marcy, I think we got
some big old
trophies here too. We got 2 of them actually.
Yep.
One for our Canadian leaders and one for our U.S. leaders in attendance. We got all the registration forms in, and so we're excited about that too. And with that said, we have a ton of sites now. What we're doing, when we first started these, you know, everybody was kind of on their own Zoom, you know, wherever they might be, right?
We were trying to remember. We think this is like our 2-year anniversary of the first of our virtual summits. And we didn't even know at that point how absolutely important it was going to be to have that technology already in place, because you know, at that point, we didn't know that we were going to have a pandemic that would shut our offices down for months.
Yeah,
so
and
what a great tool this has been.
It truly saved us, you know.
We didn't miss a beat.
Well, no, and we learned a new way of getting our message out to people. But now it's kind of, you know, we've moved in this hybrid system, which I'm so happy about, where we're still reaching out on appointments, even opportunity meetings through Zoom, but we now get to come together, and we got people coming together in live audiences in their offices all over North America. I mean, we got them all over Canada, all over the United States, and so I hope that all of you are excited. And remember what I said to you. I want this not only to be one of our largest attended sessions we've ever had, but I want it to be our most focus. We're trusting that all those people that are celebrating in the offices, man, there's going to be no distractions for the next 210 minutes. 210 minutes, okay? Now, some of you might take a quick potty break, but that's about it, okay? And I want you to take great notes, because probably out of all the speakers we have, I'm going to announce in just a second, we might have 2, maybe 3, I'm not sure, that might have PowerPoints, but the rest of them are going to be looking at that camera, talking to you from their heart. And so you better be taking great notes. Remember, this is all on YouTube, and we'll be, you know, sending you the copies of this session later on next week too. But this is gonna be an incredible moment for you, in my opinion. Okay.
Now, and another thing I think that's really awesome is I think we have 2 brand new speakers on the roster today, because they earned a spot.
First timers, yeah.
And so that's awesome that they get to be up here in front of all of this great Gforce team for the first time today.
Yeah, and what I want to let you know too is we have, of course, the fabulous Chris Koob, which is about 20 minutes away, so you better rally, because Chris is coming on. He's going to be our first speaker after recognition. Unbelievable. I'll talk more about him in just a minute. And then, of course, we have 2 of our Gforce $1 Million earners. You know, Dennis Viant, Mark Yazapovic is going to be helping me close today too. But we had 8 people outside of our $1 Million earners that, because of the golf scores we use in all 4 of those categories, earned the right to speak today. And I just want to reel them off real quick. They're going to be introducing each other one after another, okay? But right after Chris, we have Mario Hinojosa. We got Kobe and Chastity Roberts. They're one of the first ones, I think, that qualified to speak their first time. Janicia Brooks is Janicia's first time, too. So proud of her. Of course, Angie Guetta, Nelly Tarena, Stephen Newton. I don't know if this is Stephen's first time. Maybe not. He'll tell us if it is. And then,
we just hope he tells different jokes. Different jokes today,
he will.
Stephen.
He's got a bunch of them. Michael and Lisa Chaffin, so glad to have them on too. Bob Graham out of Canada. And of course, we're going to finish with Yaz and Dennis Vian. So this is going to be power packed, and we are ready to go, okay? Now, with that said, I want to speak to our brand new people, our first timers. You know, it's so important that you relate to these speakers. You know, our average income, just for those 8 speakers, not our $1 million earners, but Marcy, our average income is $345,000. That's
pretty amazing.
Average income.
Pretty awesome.
I mean, I promise you, there's not a seminar, there's not, you know, any kind of virtual whatever going on where they can listen to people that have an average income of $345,000.
Well, they've got great credibility because of that.
It's unreal. And so we want you, though, to pay attention. Most of all, I want you to leave today going, you know what? If they can do it, I can do it. You know, Marcy, they started out, all these speakers, they started out with the same fears, the same frustrations, the same doubts, you know, that everybody else did. And they experienced everything that you might be experiencing right now as a brand new rep with us. But there's a few things they had in them that caused them to overcome and take it to the next level. You see, first of all, I look at these speakers, they wanted it bad. They wanted it really bad, okay? And they were willing to plug in. They were unbelievable students, never missed a meeting, always plugged in, always took notes. And they worked with focus and what I would call a refuse to quit attitude.
Perseverance.
Oh, unbelievable. So, folks, I want you to know as we launch this thing right now, we launch into our recognition, I want you to feel that drive that says, you know what, I can do this too. These top 25 people, I can be a part of them next time too, okay? And so I hope you're ready to go. You're ready to take notes, folks, because we're launching this webinar right now. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go, Marcy. We want to start with our top 25,
and
right?
we apologize in advance when we don't pronounce them quite right.
Here we go. Top 25 in recruiting. What category?
This is Base Shop Recruits.
Future RVPs.
Future RVPs.
Right.
So,
here we go.
Number 25, Olympia Hout. Number 24, Ruben Resendez. Number 23, Christina Kersey. Number 22, Amy Salinas. Number 21, Bobby and Ashley Fennell. Number 20, Teresa and Joey Cantu. Number 19, Daria Weatherspoon. Number 18, Lemetria Sanders and Curtis Johnson. Number 17, Shalonda Cleburne. Number 16, James Sherrod II. Number 15, Christine Brito. Number 14, Cecilia and Edward Arredondo. Number 13, Lupe Infante and Bella Lardazabal. Number 12, Blanca and Rudy Lerma III. And number 11, Sydney Sparks Sr.
All right, congratulations to all those in the top 25. But here we go, Marcy. This is the top 10 future RVPs. Now, folks, listen. If they're ranking in the top 10 last 4 months in recruiting, you know that these are future RVPs. These are near-term RVPs.
They're building teams.
And so we're excited about them. So let's hear it and let's congratulate. If you're in the audience, man, you clap for your team big time. Your teammates big time. Here we go. Number 10 is Charles and Jennifer Kimball. Number 9, Marianne and Dave Dean. Way to go. Number 8, Casey and Amber Perry. Number 7, Zach and Megan Levy. Number 6 is Maribel Infante. And number 5 is Ashley Trejo. Number 4 is Herlinthia. I think I did that right.
You did it
Herlinthia
right.
and Terrence Durham. Number 3 is Laura Garcia. Number 2, Christian Sanchez. And Marcy, as we know, there is only what?
One number one.
Our number one in Base Shop Recruiting Future RVPs. Rico and Tiffany Conez with 64 recruits for the contest period.
Awesome. Way to go. Our next category is top 25 base shop recruits for RVPs and up. Number 25, Patrick Domingo and Teresa Chi. Number 24, Peter Tarena and Alyssa Morales. Number 23, Linessi and Emilio Ortega. Number 22, Henry and Nancy Ramos. Number 21, Melissa and Cameron Blue. Number 20, Selena Ramirez Ramos. Number 19, I don't have any trouble with this pronunciation, Scott and Georgia Godfrey.
Yay, all right, all right.
Number 18, Stephen and Lana Newton. Number 17, boy, I'm so proud of this couple, Laura and Robert Valls. Number 16, Calvin and Tiffany Bradshaw. Number 15, Whitney and Jermaine Walker. Number 14, Randy and Jan Norman. Number 13, Carlos and Mary Arana. Number 12, James and Marcia Sherrod. And number 11, Hugo and Maria Sanchez.
Man, and here we go now. Top 10 in the RVP category. I'm going to reel off these numbers too because it'll give you an idea of what you got to do to compete, right, to get in the top 10. And here we go. Last 4 months in the base shop. Number 10 with 63 recruits, Reggie and Charity Reed. Number 9 with 69 recruits, Eddie and Susanna Barrera. We have a 3-way tie, and of course we rank them. Whenever we have a tie in recruits, we rank them according to premium. And number 8 with 69, we got Sish and Britt Rimson. Way to go, you guys. Number 7 with 69 recruits, Mario and Taz Hosa. Number 6 with 71 recruits is Pete and Nelly Tarena. And then number 5 with 84 recruits, Kobe and Chastity Roberts. And then number 4 we got with 86 recruits, still recovering in the hospital from COVID. I hope he's listening to us. We pray for him. Our next $1 million earner, Carlos Gonzalez and Kayla Gonzalez. Way to go, Carlos. Number 3 with 93 recruits, the great Angie and Henry Guetta. And number 2, you're going to hear from her today,
so proud
with 101 recruits in the base shop.
Yep.
We're so proud of her. The great Janicia and Anthony Brooks. And Marcy, there is only
number one.
That's it. You do that so good.
Well,
okay?
I've been doing it a few years now, honey.
Listen to this. Hey, been fighting COVID. He's back. He's strong. Number 1 during the 4-month period of time with 110 recruits, Michael and Lisa Chaffin.
Woo! Awesome.
Man.
Way to go, guys.
Unbelievable.
Proud of all those great leaders.
Unbelievable. All right, team. Listen, I got just a few things to say before I bring up Chris. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready for. He doesn't have any PowerPoints, folks, so you better take notes like crazy because he's going to give you a ton of information, teach you the skills you need to participate in the future of Primerica. But before I get him on, some things, Marcy, I've been thinking through, and there's always a few scriptures, inspired scriptures that I kind of use to guide my path here, in business. And one of the ones I've always clung to, especially during kind of times of chaos, is Psalm 75:3. And this it's very short but very powerful. See if you can relate to this a little bit during today's times that we live in. We've never lived in days like this ever in our lifetime.
And we've been around the sun a few times
That's
now.
exactly right. And I mean, it seems like chaos in every corner.
Yeah.
We're fighting a pandemic, chaos in every single way you want to measure it right now. But yet in the midst of the storm, there's certain truths that we can always pay attention to. We can always camp down on, it's Psalms 75:3, it says, when the earth and all its people quake. Some versions say shake, and I don't know about you, but every now and then you turn on the news for a little bit, you feel a lot of shaking going on and quaking going on in the earth amongst the people, right? It is I who hold its pillars in place. It is I. It is the Lord that holds its pillars in place. And, you know, a lot of people, what does he mean? What pillars would he be talking about? I think that's a personal thing. You know, when I look at it, Marcy, I think the pillars in my life that I can count on, that I can understand that it's truth, that in the midst of all the storms out there, I can put my weight down on, I can count on. A lot of those pillars are just maybe, you know, few of them in my life. One, of course, is my faith in Christ. That is the truth that keeps me steady, that keeps hope alive, no matter what the circumstances are going on right now, right?
That's right.
And then, of course, is our family. I mean, I know our family's grown over the last few years, right?
Yeah,
and,
it's awesome. We have birthday parties now that have like 30 people,
yeah,
and we don't even have to invite anybody out of the family.
It's nuts. 3 kids, married, 9 grandkids, and boy, you know, nothing like your family to keep you going, to keep hope alive, you know. And then, of course, it's our business. It's our work. You know, I call our business in Primerica the work of a lifetime, not the work for a lifetime. You know, we can work all our lives as we want, but I'm talking about the work of a lifetime. And it's such a privilege that we know throughout all the stuff going on, man, we could count on the business. Yeah. You know, we could count on our leaders. We could count on, you know, this company coming through for us. And we've always known, and Chris will probably tell you about this too, but we've always known this is the greatest business on the planet. But when we see things getting so shaken up there, you know, but yet we continue to break records. This company continues to cut checks. Folks, we don't realize how grateful we should be. I mean, we should be absolutely grateful for what we got going on right now, you know. And so I just hope that you feel that sense of gratitude and you feel that sense of responsibility as we move into the future. We come between now and into the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Folks, it's going to be an incredible run, okay? And you know, I don't know any leader, Chris and Elizabeth, I mean, they've been
salt of the earth.
They've been our favorites like forever, you know.
I remember having them come to Dallas shortly after we moved here.
Yeah.
And they had one of the girls, I think it was Marissa, I think it was their firstborn, in a stroller. And Chris will have to tell you how old she is now.
She's not in a stroller anymore, I promise you that.
No, but it's just unbelievable. They had that kind of credibility even very young in the business.
Yeah.
And salt of the earth is always the name that I've always thought describes
the reason why I love, there's a ton of reasons why I love Chris, okay? But one of them, he didn't get off to a fast start. You know, we were talking about our new people here to relate to these speakers. It took Chris years and years before he started making money. He'll tell you he was probably messing around.
But he made up for lost time.
He made up big time. I mean, it's like compound income went right through the roof. You know, we were looking at him down here, now we're looking at him up here. It's crazy.
What an amazing leadership team.
Unreal. And he's been with us for 38 years. I can't believe it, but 38 years. You know, last month, I think, he cruised over 2.5 million. Now, real quick, that's his original code. I think if you added all of his own codes up, he's probably over 3 million or close to it, if I'm not mistaken. And absolutely one of the cutting edge leader, really for the last 20 years, 25 years, he's been the cutting edge leader in all of Primerica, Circle of Champion, you know, member. And folks, if I can say anything about Chris, I could listen to him all day long, not only talk about who we are as a company today, but who we are going to become as a company tomorrow. This dude's going to lead the charge in the decade of dominance. You can count on it. And he's got 164 RVPs, but still runs a base shop that I think's been averaging like $35,000 a month and over 40 recruits. I mean, this guy's leading in all areas. We are privileged, and we're incredibly grateful to have this guy agree to be with us for 40 minutes. So guys, gals, get ready. Help me welcome, give a great Gforce welcome to the fabulous Chris Koob. Chris, take it away.
Way to go!
I don't need that to stop. Let's just keep going with that. Thank you very, very much. What an honor it is to be on this meeting with everybody, this webinar. Just so many great friends. And true legends in our company on this call. I don't know all the folks on this call, but I took a sneak peek at the agenda, and the Yazapovics, dear friends of ours, Dennis Viant, and of course, Randy and Marcy. to be very frank with you, Randy and Marcy, I don't think there's any better role model on the planet. I'm not talking about Primerica, I'm just talking about the planet. Life, leadership, business, relationships. In fact, not too long ago, I reached out to him. Kind of COVID got in the way, but I said, okay, can we just fly down, you know, and hang out with you all for afternoon, just pick your brains on how you've done such an amazing job with all those areas. So you guys are very, very blessed. And as Randy mentioned, you know, we didn't get off to, you know, an absolute killer start. You know, and I just, you know, I think everybody believes that Primerica works. Everybody believes that somebody somewhere, you know, I mean, you don't doubt the system. You'd have to be like, you know, in a cave somewhere to doubt the Primerica system nowadays. But I do believe we discount ourselves, okay? I do believe we have doubts about ourselves making it in Primerica, succeeding, having our dreams, and so on. I just want to get across, I'm going to give you kind of our real quick, our kind of our start, just to help you with that belief a little bit. But before I get into that, I just want to tell everybody, okay, this is not a talent business, okay? I know you see the Godfreys and you see all your great leaders, and you can think it's a talent business, okay? It's really not. It's just a perseverance business. You know, you persevere, you show up every day. Eventually, you're going to probably pick up some talents, okay? That's just, you know, kind of how life works. But that's not going to be kind of what determines whether you succeed or not. It's just going to be just you driving, okay? You pushing, so you can be the most untalented. You can have all the self-doubts, all the, you know, make a list of 100 things that, you know, are the reason why you can't succeed. Okay, you can throw that thing away. If you're just willing to get better every single day, if you're willing to show up every day, you're going to succeed here. So I just want everybody to know that you can make it here. And that's not to say you aren't going to have, you know, a whole bunch of friends, relatives, maybe even a spouse that kicks you in the teeth every now and again. Maybe they disguise it as helping you. Okay, yeah, let me give you some counsel. You know, are you really sure? My mom, yeah, I love her to death. She was very roundabout. Okay, she never came out and said, hey, you need to, you know, quit that Primerica thing. But she'd say, hey, I just met somebody and they do this. What a great business. Have you ever thought about maybe something else? She was a little sneakier. So you're going to have those kind of things, okay? But you just got to plow through it, okay? It's not going to be comfortable. I mean, no one ever said Primerica was a comfort zone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, every part of this, I was an introvert, okay? So every part of this business just kind of ate my lunch, okay? Using a phrase that I picked up from Art. You know, I was an introvert. I found out about introverts later in Primerica. You know, introverts don't hang out with people, okay? Hence the definition. So if you don't hang out with people, you probably don't pick up a lot of people skills, you know? So I came here, I thought Primerica was a math deal, okay? My background, I took 4 years of engineering at the University of Cincinnati. At the time, it was one of the top 30 engineering schools in the country. It's a 5-year program because they alternate every semester with an internship. So, you know, I thought, you know, I mean, the reason I gravitated toward engineering is I was good with math and I was an introvert, okay? My dad was an engineer, go figure. But I just thought Primerica was a math deal. I thought, okay, that all makes sense. Everybody's going to do this. All I got to do is logically show them the deal, and away we go. Hey, I'm going to let you know a secret that you already know, okay? Primerica's about 10% finances and about 90% people. The other thing I found out later on is about $500,000 earners are introverts. Okay, so we all, you know, now if you're an extrovert, you know, God bless you. Okay, you probably got some other things you got to work on. We all got something to work on if we're going to succeed here. Just a little bit more information. I hung up on my first phone call. You know, I got so nervous. You know, all of you have been nervous before, okay? What happens when you get nervous is you kind of skip the periods at the end of sentences, okay? You kind of run on sentences Well, those periods are generally where we breathe. Okay, so if you skip too many of them, you're going to be in trouble. So I couldn't figure out how to breathe, so I hung up on the person. Okay, I used to drive around the block 3 or 4 times just to get the courage to pull in the driveway. It was an appointment. They knew I was coming. Okay, I would sweat so much. I apologize for the mental picture, but I would sweat so much that it would make me so. I would just be dripping. Okay, I mean, it'd be like under my. I used to wear sports jackets back when the company no one wore sports jackets, just purely to hide you know what. Okay, I used to always carry a pen around with me, my appointments, and I would hold the presentation. I'd hold this hand I'd put it on the table, okay, and then the other hand I would point with a pen, but I'd hold that on the table, okay, so that way both forearms are on the table and I'm just doing this, but that way they couldn't see me shake. If I raised my hand, my arm, I would shake so much. It'd be so embarrassing. Okay, so and that's my point. Okay, you're gonna have your issues. Okay, I got plenty of them, but you got to overcome them. You might have to go around them. You might have to go through them. You might have to go over them, under them, or whatever. You just got to win. My first 54 appointments, I got 0 clients and 0 recruits. So why are we still here? Okay. And I say we, mean Elizabeth and I, but it applies to you as well, I think. Okay, you're going to have frustrations, you're going to have disappointments, you're going to have people tell you no, you're going to have, days that you're like, oh my goodness, am I really supposed to do this? Okay, you're going to have nights, and I'm going to suggest you're going to have a lot of them. I don't want to intimidate you, but you're going to have nights where you wake up in the middle of the night scared to death, wondering if you got the goodies, okay? Wonder if you got what it takes to be successful, okay? Those are the things that you got to get through. So 2 things that I think Elizabeth and I did well when we kind of got kicked in the teeth. One is we never focused on our failures. I didn't even know those 54 appointments. It was 54 till years later. Remember, I was an engineering student, so I wrote down everything. I had in chronological order. Whatever, but I never added them up. I mean, they're page after obviously 54. Okay, if you I'd write down what happened. I'd write down what I learned from it. Okay, boom, and once I kind of conceptualized what I learned from that appointment, I mentally threw away the memory. Okay, learn and go, learn and go, learn and go. So it wasn't until years later, I think a lot of people spend a lot of time reminding themselves of all their failures, okay? All the things they've done wrong, okay? All the challenges that they've had in life, maybe their upbringing, maybe all that stuff, okay? You can't carry around that kind of stuff, okay? You got to get rid of that stuff, okay? And the second thing I think we did pretty well is we focused on what we want, how we want life to turn out. I already knew how life turned out if I didn't do primary. That wasn't hard. Okay, that broke. Yeah, I mean, as an engineer, I might have made middle income kind of money, but I'd have a house, I'd have a car, I'd have a family. I'd be broke. Okay, I don't know too many engineers that aren't broke. Okay, I mean that's just part of the game. Okay, so if you focus on why you came, if your life was perfect, okay, if your life was going to get you a dream life before Primerica, you never would have come to Primerica. I already know every single one of you, okay, didn't have a dream life when you came here. I mean, just the ability to have complete freedom of time. There were probably, I don't know, 8-10 years where my wife, Elizabeth, and our kids, we'd take off and go to Florida as soon as school got out in June, okay, or usually about May 28th, right around there. And we'd be in Florida till it started, sometime in August. Okay, we would, and this is before, Zoom and all that stuff. It's not like I could do meetings from Florida. Okay, we used to take off from Thanksgiving. Randy will never invite me on a call anymore. Tell everybody to take off. But we'd take off, okay, the weekend before Thanksgiving, and we wouldn't come back until the week after, like the first week, second week of January. See, when you talk about a dream life, if you've got control of your time, you can do whatever you want to do whenever you want to do it, and you've got money, you get pretty close to a dream life. So that's kind of what I'm going to suggest to everybody as we go forward. Okay, when challenges happen, Anthony Robbins said, when you fail, you ponder. When you succeed, you party. So all good things come from failure, because that's when we ponder. That's when we make changes. That's when we work on ourselves. Okay. So if you're in the dumps, okay, if you're wondering whether you should keep going another day, okay, you need to focus on where you want to go. Okay, what you want to accomplish. You need to focus on a dream life, and then you need to figure out what you need to change. It's just a change. There are lots of other businesses out there that the economy can either grow them or destroy them. Primerica is not one of those. Okay, the only thing that has to happen for you to change, for you to grow, is for you to change. So we got to the end of our 7th year, and our 6th year we made like 30,000. Our 7th year, it wasn't much more than that. Maybe we got to 50. Okay, and I finally made a decision to change. Okay, no one said I was the brightest person, the sharpest knife in the drawer. Okay. One of the things I made a change, and I'm gonna touch on just for a second, because I think it's so applicable right now, is I stopped chasing multiple shiny objects and focused on Primerica. I had this big plan. Okay, it always kills me. People talk about real estate today. Okay, like it's some new phenomenon. Okay, the real estate world has gone like this. Okay, and like this, like 3 times since I've been in Primerica. Okay, so the first time I was going to build a real estate business, and I was going to build a Primerica business. That's why after 7 years, I was only making $40,000, $50,000 in Primerica. Okay. Now, granted, I stunk. I wasn't very good. All that. Okay. But at the end of the day, you can't divert your efforts. Okay, into 2 different things. Okay. Anybody that tells you that on the internet, okay, is an idiot. Okay. Go look at the billionaires. Go look at the billionaires, the people that actually built something, and all but maybe 2, the Forbes 400 wealthiest people, all but maybe 2 built their wealth in one thing. Now, once they got wealthy, they might diversify their income. Okay. In fact, there's a great video if you want to get it. It's an 8-minute, 9-minute video from Pete Davis. It's his Harvard Law commencement address. So Harvard, okay, you got to have a few noodles. Harvard Law, a few more noodles. Okay. Great 8 minutes. It's been watched by over 30 million people, so it probably has some application if that's what you got to wrestle with. So after that, after we got our crap together, after we said, okay, we're going to focus, after we worked on ourselves, okay, 3 years later, okay, so Elizabeth and I worked like crazy for 3 years. We got to $1 million a year. A couple of years after that, just by sheer momentum, we got to $1.5 million a year. Now think about that, okay? I mean, Primerica, maybe that's, common now, okay? But to go from a knucklehead, okay, 6, 7 years, and then boom, make a decision to change to $1 million. I'm not suggesting that all of you will do that, but I am suggesting all of you could do it, okay? I mean, what would your life look like if that's what we did? Okay, so let's talk about how to do that, how to get there. Okay, as I mentioned, it's personal growth. Okay, you're just going to have to do it. Okay, my formula for life: if you want a dream life, okay, if your goal is a dream life, it's God plus Primerica plus personal growth. I've never met the human being that takes Primerica, okay, adds God to it, adds personal growth to it, that doesn't create a dream life, okay? So we're not playing, but we need to get out of our head, okay, hey, 100 grand, 200 grand, okay, that's awesome, okay, that's part of the equation, but that's not a dream life, okay? You've got to focus on having a dream life. If you just had money, and didn't have time, okay, I know lots of people that make a lot of money places that don't have time. If you lose your family, you lose your relationships, okay? We're talking about a dream life. So let me just give you 6 books because I don't have time to give you the information of what's in these 6 books. But these are my go-tos. Okay, I probably read a book every 2 weeks. Okay, it's kind of funny. One of the things I swore when I got out of college was I'm never reading another book again. Okay, I'm done with it. Okay, because the books up to that point in my life were kind of irrelevant. Okay, you never were going to use them. The stuff you learned in college you weren't going to use. Okay, so I was sick of reading, and I saw no relevance to reading. The problem is I carried that into Primerica. How many paradigms are you carrying into Primerica? How many paradigms are you carrying into Primerica that didn't serve you before Primerica and certainly aren't serving you now? So I had that one, and I carried with it like a badge of honor. Okay, and they said read, think, and grow rich. I'm smart. I don't need to read, think, and grow rich. Okay, you kind of know the story. And then after that 7th year, I said, I've had this paradigm of I'm not a reader for a long while. How is that serving me? What's the results from that? Is there good fruit from that? So obviously I changed. Okay, so the 6 books for Dream Life. Okay, Proverbs. Read Proverbs every day for at least a year. I did for 3 years. Okay, I've never read a book. Okay, that taught me more about people than Proverbs. Okay, I mean, probably one of the best things I've ever done for learning about people, developing people skills was Proverbs. Okay, and the funny thing is, it was written 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. Everybody, talks about technology and we're so much more advanced right now, and that is BS. Yes, technology is better, the tools are better, but human beings haven't changed in thousands and thousands of years. Go read Proverbs. Okay, jealousy, hate, envy. I mean, all the stuff, we still got all of it. Okay, so Proverbs, Success is Not an Accident by Newberry. Okay, Tommy Newberry. I read that book probably once what I do is I read that book when I'm changing direction. Okay, or I'm like when I started our base shop a couple years ago. Okay, but we hadn't had base shop for a long time. So I started back up. I read Success is Not an Accident. I was going down a new path in my life, and I wanted to make sure everything was in sync. Mind Power into the 21st Century. Unbelievable, okay, book. Mind Power in the 21st Century. How to Win Friends and Influence People. I read once a year. We are in the people business, remember? It's amazing. I'll read that thing and I'll go, Chris, you have to be the stupidest human being on the planet. Okay, you read this book 800 times. I'm joking with 800, okay? And you're still screwing up here. Oh God, and I'll go back and I'll make some adjustments. Usually includes an apology to somebody. By the way, guys, males, apologize often, even when you think you didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so I apologize the way I made you feel. Okay, doesn't mean that what I did I felt like I needed to do. Okay, but I certainly didn't want it to upset somebody. Okay, or there's many times I need to apologize just because I screwed up. Okay, so I don't know, that's somewhere in those books. Okay, Atomic Habits. You've got to change. Okay, failure is not some big hairy stupid thing that you did or will do. Okay, failure is small errors in judgment. Right, errors in judgment. Repeated daily. That bad habit that I keep doing every single day, that procrastination that I keep doing every single day, you've got to change. That book, Atomic Habits, is the best. If you'll do it, I promise you, you'll change your habits, and you change your habits, you change your outcome. And the last one, okay, this is for the big boys and girls. Okay, this is not for the meek at heart. Okay, I read this book December of that 7th year. I know exactly where I was. Okay, it took me about a week to read the book. Okay, because I didn't read it just to read. I wrote it I'd read a couple pages and I'd take notes, how I was going to change. What I had so many pages of change that I was going to do. Okay. This book right there, Awakening the Giant Within by Anthony Robbins. Awakening the Giant Within by Anthony Robbins was single-handedly the information I needed to get Chris Koob to do what Chris Koob needed to do. For me, for the first time in my life, to be able to control Chris Koob. Okay, so let's keep going here. Okay, the key principles of success will never change. Let me just go through these with you. I apologize. I don't have it in a PowerPoint form where I can put it up to you, but I'll try to go slow enough where you can capture it. Okay. As I've already mentioned, these are key principles. Key principles. Okay. Did I mention key principles? Number one, self-improvement is the great accelerator. If you'd have just seen me 20 years ago, okay, you would have said, what a cluster. Okay. I mean, yeah. And when I look back, I can come, I'm pretty excited about the growth. But then when I look at the current, I'm like, oh God, you still got a lot of growing to do. But the cool thing about Primerica is not only does it pay well if you grow, what you think is the primary reason for you growing the business is actually like second prize. The cool thing about growing is what it does to your relationships. Okay. My wife and I have been married 32 years. Okay. We got an unbelievable marriage, and there's nobody in either one of our families that does. Okay. So we've got an unbelievable marriage, not because we saw it, we saw it played out in our life from other people. Okay. I don't want to go into the disparaging remarks about my family. Okay. But there's no marriages. Okay. There's no successful marriages. Okay. So you got to attribute it to Primerica, and both of us working together to get better has made our marriage unbelievable. Our relationship with our kids. Okay. We've gotten so many things from the Godfreys in that area. Okay. So it's one thing to work on it to get better in business. There's a whole other thing to get work on it to know it's going to give you the life you dreamed of. Okay. Number two, stop making excuses for where you're at. Everybody comes up with an excuse, okay, and you're letting yourself off. I'm not saying you beat on yourself, but you got to take responsibility for where you're at. But most people make excuses for where they're at because they have no idea where they're going, so they have to justify why they ended up where they're at. You got to keep your priorities right. God first, family second, business third. We got to stop caring about what others think. I know I'm going too fast. I'm sorry. You got to stop caring what others think. And I still, like, somewhere in the pit of, my heart or my soul, or I don't know. Okay, I care what other people think. I want everybody to think, I'd love to get off this call or Zoom and everybody go, oh, that was awesome. That was wonderful. And so on. Okay. So I'd love to have that. Okay. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to change my life. I'm not going to change my direction. I'm not going to change what I do, okay, to please you, okay, to get your approval. You got to believe in the cause. Okay, I to be very frank with you, I don't see enough people that like froth at the mouth about the cause. Let me ask you. I was just my daughter Audrey joined. It might have been the daughter that the Godfreys were talking about. Marissa's our oldest, so she's 25. So I don't know. I don't remember the years, but Audrey is now in our company full time, and so she's recruiting and so on. So I'm doing a lot of presentations for her. She got 3 recruits this week, so I'm pretty fired up about that. But I was doing a presentation for her with a lady named Tyler last night. And Tyler owns a home, a single person, but owns a home, young person, 25 years old, right around there. And I said, Tyler, does your mortgage company care if you become debt-free and financially independent? And obviously she knew the answer. She said, no, Tyler, they just care about you making your mortgage payments, right? Does your insurance company auto insurance, homeowner insurance, life insurance. Okay, Tyler, do you have life insurance? Okay, she didn't, but that's where I tied that in. Okay, do they care whether you become financially independent? No. Your bank, do they care? Of course they don't care. They're actually one of the culprits that get you further away from financial independence. Even your 401k, okay, who, technically you'd like to think that they're in the help people become financial independence business, okay? Tyler, do they know anything about your financial situation? If you call there tomorrow, will you even get the same person as you got yesterday? Do they care if you become financially independent? No, the whole industry is just in the business of selling you crap. The largest industry in the world, and they don't give a crap. But there's only one company, whatever community you're in, okay, unless you're in the mega wealthy, okay, there's only one company that cares whether you become financially independent. If that don't fire you up, I'm 38 years here. If that don't fire you up, I'm not sure Primerica's made for you. I'm not sure you got it in you. Now, I came here to get wealthy. I did not buy into the crusade. I was glad that the company did good things for people, but it didn't energize me. I was 21 years old. All I want to do is get rich. But the reason I'm still here is because of that. It's the magic. It's the secret sauce. If you think about this. You want to retain people? It's art. It's amazing art, all the stuff. As you grow in the business, you say like, oh crap, he knew that too. 50% of our population are ours. If you know the star system, they're relationship. They're not money driven. Okay, they're not, they might be money driven, but relationships are the most important things. Helping people is the most important thing. If you're not talking about what we do, you're not getting half the people. You're toning out half the population. That just doesn't seem like a good business decision. Key principle, never change. Key principle, do the boring stuff over and over and over and over. Prior to this meeting, we do our Saturday training. We do training on Saturday, and then we also do licensing class. There's about 18 people in the licensing class, and so 7:30. Actually, I go to Panera at 7. Okay, pick up the bagels. I could have somebody else do it. Okay, but I'm going there anyway. So I pick up the bagels at Panera. I go get the coffee at Starbucks. Okay, and I'm there at 7:30 to greet all the people coming in the PFSU. I made a decision when I got in the base shop, when I got recruiting directs, okay, that I'm going to get in the base shop. Okay, I didn't make a decision. I'm going to try to do the very little, the minimum, all that kind of stuff. Okay, you know what I found? You can screw up just about everything in Primerica, but do you do the relationship part? Well, you're probably going to build an empire. Okay, and do all the boring stuff, okay, over and over and over with great. I don't even want to know how many KTs I've done. I don't even want to know how many interviews, coffee breaks I've done, okay? But you think my energy is pretty good right now? Okay, you ought to see me on a KT. You ought to see me on a coffee break. I've done thousands of those stupid things, okay? The last thing I want to do, okay, is another KT. But if I'm going to engage, okay, can you imagine your favorite sports figure or your favorite artist or entertainer or whatever, coming on stage and doing a half-butted job? After you paid full money, you wanted to see the best they got. Okay, they go to the mound, or excuse me, the plate, and they just okay, if I get a hit, I get a hit. No, you're paying good money because you want their best. You want them every single time they show up to give it everything they got. I don't see enough of that in Primerica. Don't expect life to be fair. Stop doing the same things, expecting different results. Recruiting directs solves all challenges. Recruiting directs solves all challenges. I read a book called The One Thing, Okay, probably should have it in that 6, but you don't have to. It's a quick read, and once you got it, you got it. You might need to remind yourself of it a few times. Okay, but the whole premise of the book is this. And by the way, it was written by the guy that founded Keller Williams, the #1 real estate firm in the country, or in the U.S. And he said, "Why did I have all this? Why did I pass Remax? Why did blah blah blah?" Now this is a guy. Think about the business that he built. Okay, they have salespeople. They have commission salespeople. They have leaders that recruit people and train them how to be salespeople. Okay, they got leaders that their sole income is overrides. I mean, very, very, very similar business. Nowhere near the income of our business, but very, very similar business. Okay, he said the reason for his success was the one thing, which is the title of the book. You might want to get it. And here's what the one thing is. What's the one thing I can do in my life that by doing that one thing, everything else is either easier or unnecessary? So I apply that in my whole life because I want my marriage to be unbelievable. I want my relationship with my kids to be unbelievable. I want my business to be unbelievable. For example, with Elizabeth and I, okay? For my relationship with God, it's a half an hour every day. If I do that, everything else, okay, is either easier or unnecessary. I spend a half an hour, 45 minutes, a cup of coffee with my wife, just her and I every morning, okay, after I spend time with God, okay? By doing that, that's her love language. By doing that, my marriage, okay, if I do that, everything else in my marriage is either easier or unnecessary. Half an hour a day with God, 45 minutes a day with my wife, okay, easy to do, easy not to do. I got to get up. The reason we do up in the morning is so we don't lose the day. Okay, I might lose some sleep, but I don't lose the day. If I put it off, it's probably not going to happen. And those are the two most important things in my life. So let's compare it to Primerica. What's the one thing so that by doing it, everything else in Primerica, building a business, is either easier or unnecessary? You've got to decide that for yourself. But for me, it's getting a direct. If I get a direct every week, okay, and I end up getting them licensed, I want to get at least 40 to 50% of the people I recruit licensed. Chris, how do you do that? You must have a great a licensing, system. No. I just spend massive time with them. That's all. That's just Art taught us. Okay, recruiting is an 8 to 10 hour process. Okay, not getting an IDA. Anybody can get an IDA. Okay, it's getting a recruit. Getting somebody that's locked in, okay, that wants to go to VP. The one thing, what's your one thing? Whatever that one thing is, the author of that book said you better spend 3 or 4 hours a day doing it. A day, okay, in business, okay? Okay, let's move on, and let me just talk to you about kind of how I see the future and all that. I think my computer froze up, okay? Oh, that would not be good. Yes, it did. Okay, well, we'll just talk. How's that? So in my opinion, Primerica broke the code. We broke the code in so many ways, okay? I'm just going to give you 3. One way we broke the code, okay, in the financial industry is we don't have to do cold calls. Now, by the way, most of you already know what I'm going to tell you right now, okay? But I want to remind you. We broke the code. I've got a friend of Audrey's, we're trying to recruit him. He works for Edward Jones, okay? And they recruited him right out of college, and he has to basically make cold calls all day, okay? They keep track of who he calls, okay, what happened. I mean, it takes him a good hour every day just to log all the stuff he did, cold calls and stuff like that. If he doesn't hit his numbers, he's fired. That's the industry. That's the norm in our industry. Now compare that to Primerica, okay? We recruit somebody. We field train them. We help the people they care about the most, okay? We change those people's lives. and we get paid. No cold calls. Okay, I don't know about you. I'm pretty tough, but 100 cold calls a day. Wow, I don't know. Okay, but and then through referrals. Okay, I just don't see him getting a lot of referrals. Maybe he does, Edward Jones. I don't know. Okay, but we get referrals. Everybody we help. 8 million clients our company has, and we've never advertised. That's magical. We've never cold called for clients. That's magical. The second way we broke the code is we have more products. In Ohio, we just got in mortgages, okay? Unbelievable what's going on in mortgages, okay? We took a family. Okay, listen to me, please, okay? Can we agree that every family has debt, okay? Every family, has a mortgage. Every family that does have a mortgage has at least 25 years left on it. Interest rates are some of the lowest I've ever seen in my lifetime, and I'm an old fart. Okay? I've been around for almost 60 years. We refinanced this client, took them from a 26-year mortgage down to a 15-year mortgage. Saved them over $80,000 just doing that. But we didn't just do that. We incorporated all their other debts, okay, their car loans, their credit cards, all that. We incorporated all that in the mortgage. So even doing that, we took them from a 26 years down to 15 years and saved them $258 a month. Okay, think about that. So we then took the $258 that we saved them and started socking that away. Now, of course, they're also, remember, their mortgage is done 11 years quicker. So once their mortgage is done, they can start socking that away. You combine those two things, that's an additional $1.2 million they have at retirement, all from money they were already spending. We broke the code. Okay, now, I don't mean broke the code in terms of what we do for the consumer. Okay, we broke that where the consumer, the supermarket, go to the supermarket, deal with one person and get it all, one person that knows everything. Okay, now you don't have to go out and get mortgages. I'm not trying to intimidate you. All I'm saying is our folks make more money. Okay, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says the average investment financial advisor makes $96,000. The average insurance agent makes $67,000. The average mortgage person makes about $80,000. Those folks. It's not like they say, "Hey, $86,000. That's all I need." No. Okay, the sales business. They couldn't find any more clients, potential clients. That financial advisor makes 96. He or she would love to make 150. The hard part is finding the clients. In America, we can take the exact same amount of clients, but because we have more to offer, and I'm not even talking about PLPP, I'm not even talking about all the ancillary things we do. We take the exact same amount of clients and make 2 to 3 times more money. I don't know about you, okay? But I like the idea of making 3 times as much money for the clients I already see. We broke the code. Our people make more money. I guarantee you, there's not a company out there that has people going over $1 million a year like we do. There's not a company out there that adds 100 grand a year people like we do. That's magical. We broke the code. And the last thing, and I'll wrap up, is ownership. You can work for State Farm for the next 500 years and you will own nada. You can work for Edward Jones, nada. Morgan Stanley, nada. The bank, nada. We broke the code. Ownership. Okay, I mean, to be able to own something, to pass on your kid. Okay, you know how many brokers there are at JP Morgan that once they retire, okay, they might get a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years of extra, but then you imagine working 30, 40 years to develop a client base, and then you lose it all. All that work, all those calls, all that stuff. Here we own it. We ought to get every single person in the industry and every person out of the industry here. This is the greatest business opportunity on the planet for you. There's nothing. Quit looking. Okay, some of you are like, permanent browser mode, okay, from a career standpoint, permanent browser mode from an income standpoint. There's nothing on the planet that you have complete freedom of time. You have unbelievable income. Okay, Elizabeth and I just spent a couple years, 3 years, 20 hours a week. Okay, we capped it at 20 hours a week, building a base shop. Okay, and it grew our income $1 million a year. Tell me where we could have spent a couple years, 20 hours a week, and grown our income $1 million a year. But it's better than that because we own the thing. So we actually grew our net worth by 8 or 9 million just from the asset, the business asset growing. Which is the third thing, okay? Freedom of time, income, and wealth, assets. There's nothing on the planet that you can do that if you aren't already worth $100, $200 million like Primerica. We just need to buckle down, get focused, okay? Devote the things, devote your time to the one thing, and everything else will work out. I appreciate you, Marcy and Randy. You guys are the most awesome people on the planet. You're role models for Elizabeth and I. Thanks again for the honor to speak to your group.
Oh, man. Oh, woo! Unbelievable, Chris. I'm blown away. I have listened to you. I've taken notes on you for years and years. I've never seen you more intense, more focused than you are right now, Chris. It is such a joy to be in business with you. You know, this whole concept of interlocking leadership. I'm so glad I'm interlocking with you and your leadership. I mean, we're honored to have you, Chris. You've been a great friend, and man, you know, anything I can do for Team Unstoppable, I'm yours, buddy. Thank you so much. God bless you, my friend. Have a great weekend, okay? Man, Chris Coop, folks, unreal. Thank you. Now, Chris got the rest of our speakers jacked up. I'll promise you that, okay? You're going to get the best they got for 10 minutes each, folks. You better take notes like you're taking with Chris because we are about to fly now. Our next speakers, well, you heard from them on our Gforce conference call on Wednesday. They are brand new senior vice presidents, $400,000 a year earners. Mario was a student coming into this deal, and he became a student and got his degree in Primerica. I'll promise you that. And what he and Taz have done is absolutely incredible. Career earnings of $3.1 million. Got their eyes set on National Sales Director now. Help me welcome from Austin, Texas, Mario and Taz Hosa. Take it away, Mario.
Thank you, Randy. How do you follow Chris Coop? Taz and I are so humble just to be on here, but Chris did such a fantastic job. So I've only got 10 minutes, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our story. You know, I say I started when I was 21 years old, just because that's when you know, I really got started in the business. I was a college student, and I started just to make some part-time income, right? I just started to make some additional income. And my first year part-time back in 1998, I made $12,800 that first year part-time, went full-time after I graduated, decided to make this a career. You know, last year got paid $428,000. We just got to SVP, promoted out 2 RVPs in the last 12 months. And we're looking forward to NSD next. And we're so proud of the teammates, so proud of our regional vice presidents and everybody on our team. But one thing I'm going to talk to you guys about is visualizing success. I think that Chris really talked about that. You got to visualize where you want to go. See, I'm 44 years old. I got to be visualizing where do I want to be in 5 years? What am I going to be doing in 10 years? Right? What kind of relationships do I want? What kind of business do I want? What do I want? Right? And you've got to be thinking the same thing. You've got to be visualizing success. Take a look at where you are right now. Think about 5 years from now. Take your age, add 5, add 10. Think of where you're going to be and decide what path you're going to take. See, we can change our direction overnight. We can't change our destination overnight. But they talk about destination, right? Destiny and destination, right? It's where you're going. And you've got to really decide where you want to go. But one thing I'm going to talk to you guys right now about is understanding, accepting, and working the numbers. I think Primerica is really awesome that it's very predictable. If you just decide to go do the work, you're going to get the results. It's really just that simple. See, Chris Koob was talking about that you can't win with math, and this is a people business. That is totally true, but you do have to understand the numbers that it takes to win, right? You got to count the cost. I think that's an important part of leadership. And you got to know some things that Primerica is no different than anything else, right? There's numbers to everything. 41%, I've got this stat from the National Center of Education, and it's that 41% of college students earn a bachelor's degree in 4 years. And people sometimes get upset that, oh, not everybody makes it in Primerica. Well, 41% of students don't graduate in 4 years. You know, you take a look at business failures. You know, sometimes you hear different anecdotes about that, but the business failures, it says 20% of new businesses failed during the first 2 years of being open, 45% during the first 5 years, and 65% during the first 10 years, right? That's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Those are real numbers, right? In other words, people start and they don't always complete, right? Another thing is you take a look at high school football players. There's 1,093,234 high school football players. 71,000 are going to play in college, right? That's only 6.5%, and only 1.2% of those, around 800, are going to go into the NFL, right? And so you just got to understand the numbers. And Primerica, that's the exact same thing. That's what we've got a hold of here, right? Primerica, I say it's like the gym. January 1st, everybody's going to get fit. Everyone's going to lose weight. Everyone's going to look healthy. Everyone starts a diet, right? But take a look at the parking lot that's so full on January 2nd, January 3rd, January 4th. What about by end of February? But what about by end of March? You can be in the front row again, right? Because it's a buffet of weakness, right? I remember Mark Elsapovic used to say buffet of weakness. What is that? It's a lot of people do the easiest things, so they don't get the success that they want, right? And so you just got to understand those things. You got to understand that Primerica is kind of like no-cut middle school football, right? Everybody makes a team, right? You're either going to be on the A team, B team, or C team, right? But some of the C players, they end up being A players, right? And some of the A players downgrade down to C players. It's up to them, right? And then in high school, not everybody goes to high school play. It becomes a high school player. Not everyone's on the varsity team. Some are on junior varsity. But here, you just got to understand these numbers. Here's one number. Make sure you write this down. 50% of your appointments will reschedule. That doesn't mean that they cancel. They just reschedule. Maybe they're going to put you off for a little bit. They might put you off for a week or two or a day or two, right? So 50%. So those people that come to us and say, Mario, I had one rescheduled. Well, you only had one on the books. What do you mean you had one? Of course you had one rescheduled. You got to book out 4 a day, 5 a day, 6 a day if you want to have enough appointments go through, right? You got to be booking out more. 50% of appointments rescheduled. You just got to know that. You start learning to double book. Start learning how to double book your appointments. Another part of the numbers that you got to learn is 10-4-1. Okay, what's 10-4-1? You invite 10 people to a meeting, right? 10 people tell you, yes, I will be there, whether it's on Zoom, in person. Man, you could go to them, right? I mean, it really doesn't matter. It's 10 people tell you, I will be there. 4 show up. 4 show up. How does that work that you invite 10, but only 4 show up? I don't know. You just got to remember these words. That's just the way it is, right? That's just the way it is, right? And so out of those 4 that show up, 1 comes on board. And the numbers become predictable, right? When you start understanding that if you just work the numbers, count the costs, right? And you got to understand when you go get 4 recruits, right? And it happens in the same order. When you go get 4 recruits, the first one quits before the ink is dry, right? You just signed them up, and 1 minute later they tell you they're gone, right? And then that happens all the time, right? So you get 4 recruits, 1 quits before the ink is dry. Another one tells you they're going to be a stud, they're going to be awesome, they're going to be your best guy, they're going to be an RVP, man. They're just watch them, right? And within 2 weeks they're gone, right? The third one's a stud year, right? And the fourth one's a stud, right? And so you got to go work, and that one takes you really out in the field and all that. So when you're working, when you're doing this business, you just got to be remembering that the first one quits right away. And so when we tell you, Chris Koob said, the one thing is go get some directs, right? And people say, well, I got my 1 direct. Yeah, but it goes in that order every single month. So that first one quits on you right away. And then the next month you recruit someone, that one quits on you right away. You got to start getting 4, right? And that's how it works. If you want to have some major success, that's what you have to do. Another thing that you got to remember as far as the numbers is 10 recruits, you find a committed leader. For every, that's why they say DDR, double digit recruit, because you got to find some of these committed leaders. For every 10 recruits, you find a committed leader, someone that wants this like you wanted, someone that shows up with you. If you have to beg someone to show up, guess what? You probably don't have a winner, right? If you got to be finding those winners, you got to be finding those committed people. Look for those committed people, right? And so for every 10 that you go get, you get one stud, right? One committed leader. You got to go find more. And then this one blew my mind when I first heard these numbers. They said for every 100 recruits, you take a look at them a couple years later. 100 recruits, you take a look at them a couple years later. 85 are gone, right? 13 are good, happy part-timers, right? 2 are RVPs. And people look at that all wrong. They say, oh, you mean my chance of winning is like, I've got 85%. No, you've got 100% chance to win if you just decide to be one of those RVPs. All you ever have to do in this business is those bracelets, what would Jesus do? You just got to replace that with what would the average person do, right? Or keep the what would Jesus do, right? Make sure you keep that one. But what would the average person do? And do the exact opposite, right? The average person doesn't show up. The average person makes excuses. The average person just gives up before they win, right? The average person is constantly just doing things the wrong way, and just stop doing that. And that's how you decide to be one of those that becomes an RVP, right? And if you decide, I tell you this is such an awesome thing in this business. When you decide to win and you actually go put the work that it requires, success is totally 100% guaranteed. You go prospect the way you need to prospect. You set appointments the way you need to set appointments. Man, success is guaranteed as long as you do the right things and you do the right things long enough. And we're just so blessed. I mean, I think we're just kind of at the beginning. We got our 4th diamond last year. We're going to go work on our 5th and 6th, and we're going to keep on growing. And man, it inspired us to know and to hear Chris Koob that, 7 years in the business, made 50 grand a year. That's all it was, right? And then took off 3 years later, made $1 million a year, right? And 4 years, the 4th year, $1.5 million, right? You can win as long as you decide to win. Success is 100% guaranteed. And I'm going to introduce the next speaker here, and so proud of them. They're out in the Houston area. They've got 2 RVPs. They're working on a 3rd. They're working on a 4th. They're going to make that happen. He's talking about he's building deep, and he's doing some great things. And he makes over 200 grand a year, 222,000 last 12 months, approaching $1 million of total cash flow in this business as far as career cash. And great leaders on the way to 3rd diamond, on the way to SVP. Incredible, Kobe Roberts.
Woohoo, man! Thank you, Mario and Taz. Guys, y'all are awesome. Man, going after Chris Koob and Mario, I got the news that Carlos Gonzalez is coming home, so I'm actually really fired up, right? So I'm excited to speak with you guys today. It's such a blessing to be able to talk to everyone. And my topic is, what are we doing with our team, right? And so I just want to get into this since we're on a 10-minute deal. The first thing, and it's obviously one of the main things, is licensing. So what are we doing? When we bring a new person on board, we're actually telling them, hey, look, we got 30 days, you got to go to class. If you schedule your class within that 30 days, we pay for your test. Not saying y'all have to do it, but we found that it is increased by, all of everything, like all of our numbers have went up since we started paying for our guys' exam. So no excuse, they go to class, we pay for the exam. They schedule their test within 3 to 5 days after exam. Because we have life happens, right? And so if you don't have your test scheduled, whatever you don't use, you lose. And so we don't want our guys to forget the information that they just went through and set a 2-day class in. And so 3 to 5 days later, they go in there and they get the test. Now, we actually have a licensing class in our office. Chastity's an awesome instructor, and she loves helping people get licensed. And so what we do on the second day is, if you have your test scheduled, and this is even if somebody else's different base shop or whatever is still attending the class, as long as their test is scheduled, then we offer like either pizza, we cater some food in, and then we have a RVP luncheon, basically. And if my other 2 RVPs are there, we'll sit in there and we do like an RVP questionnaire, right? We want people to be able to grow. And so, we're helping everybody in Primerica, right? So this isn't just for our team. Anybody that has their test scheduled, we offer that. We want them to feel welcome, because I'll be honest with you, the first class I ever went to, and I did it, I felt kind of awkward. And like halfway through, I went to lunch and I never came back. And then I realized I had to go back to licensing class again. So, so we want people to, understand that we're there. We provide breakfast. I was listening to Chris Coop talk, and he said he went to Panera Bread, picked up the bagels, and does that. We actually do the same thing. We bring in breakfast, make sure we have coffee, drinks, we have little bags that we put out that has, the water and different little snacks, so people can feel comfortable, because licensing is the key. We have to be able to get somebody licensed to help them make money here in America, right? And so some of the numbers I went through, year to date, we have 32 pass notes, just this year. And, it's really cool, because if we listen to Glenn Williams talked about every time you get another 30 codes, you should add another 100,000 in your income. So there's numbers, right? What Mario was talking about earlier, you got to know the numbers in your business. And so that's another thing. If you're looking at codes and you're you're growing your licenses in your base shop, well, if you get to 30 licenses, you should be making 100,000, right? And so one thing that I was looking at is bonuses. We paid out $25,675 in bonuses for helping, getting people field trained, And so average bonus, is around like $1,200 to $2,100 in our office. There again, that goes into helping people build their business. One thing that we're making a change in our office, is that we realized that, we have a securities license, deal. People have to have a securities license to become a regional vice president, in the office. And so one thing that we're changing is after somebody gets their license, boom, 90 days, let's get your securities license. We're actually looking at putting a new licensing person in our office. So Chastity is going to take a role, to where she can actually go in and start teaching the securities class, because securities license is such a main thing to be able to take that RBP contract. And we want to be an RBP factory. And so, we found a hole in our system, so we're going to fix it, right? And then with the team itself, and so if you're taking notes, this is something that, we've literally revamped the way that we're training our guys. But, we always tell people you should be kneecap to kneecap with your client. Obviously, since COVID and the pandemic and everything else, a lot of times it's on Zoom, but, now you're virtually kneecap to kneecap with them, right? But we need to be kneecap to kneecap with our teammates. And so what does that mean? We need to be our teammates' financial advisor. We have to find out what their goals are, right? Their debt goals, their income goals. We need to be the guy that's actually looking at their debt, looking at, where they're at in life, and say, how much money do you need to make? Where's your debt at? Because see, one thing that I've always told people in here is the only reason somebody needs a guaranteed check is because they have guaranteed debt. So our job is to go in there and show them how to use their income in Primerica to pay off that guaranteed debt, so we can eliminate the need for that guaranteed check. And so that is one thing that we are really big on. We want to do their F&A. We want to be involved, and I guarantee you everybody probably on this call has heard of a vision board, right? And so, we do that, every year we get a vision board, the house you want, your income you want, the cars you want, different things, and stuff like that. But let me give you a different board, a billboard, right? Not like a billboard up on the side of the freeway, but an actual billboard. Go in there with your team. Find out how much, they need to pay off their car, how much they need to pay off their home, how much they need to maybe pay up their water bill, electricity bill, cell phone bill up for 12 months. And say, okay, now you break that down into how many apps they need to write to pay that off. I'm going to tell you right now, as crazy as it might sound, it's actually fun, because then you're like, oh, well, to pay off my, my car, I need 10 grand. I got to write, 23 apps. So you have a goal, right? The one thing that we were sitting there when me and my wife did it, we actually created that for ourselves. And it was kind of cool, because then we started paying up our cell phone bill for a year, water bill for a year. We started eliminating all these little bills that would come in. And so, if you want to buy a barbecue pit, it's $500. Okay, well, what do I need to do that? And so you get to have fun. It encourages you. It gives you the numbers that you need to have to be able to hit those goals, right? And so, make the dream calculator your friend, right? Because within the dream calculator, you can actually sit there and put in how many, your premium. It tells you how much money you're going to make. And so if you go in there, you got to know the numbers. And so by knowing how much premium you need to write to hit the income you want to do, makes it to where you can set that goal. The last little thing I want to go over before my time's up is, right now we're focusing on building RVP legs, right? Building bonuses and building confidence. That's one of the biggest things. Life and securities is a big deal. Going into what the requirements are for your regional vice president promotion, focusing on helping these people hit their dreams. Be the financial advisor for your team. Go out there, help your people become financially debt free, be involved in their lives, and let's take everybody's life and everybody's business to the next level. Thanks for letting me speak, guys. Back to you, Randy and Mark.
As usual,
off
honey.
to an incredible start. Thank you so much, Kobe. Great instruction on how to get licensing moving in the base shop, and also Mario and Taz. What a great,
such great leaders. We're so blessed.
I know. So listen, folks. Now we're getting into what recognition? Premium, right?
Now we're getting into base shop premium.
Since May to August, this is the competition for premium in Gforce. So Marcy, let's start off with our top 25.
So we have future RVP category. We have number 25, Daria Weatherspoon. Number 24, James Sherrod II. Number 23, Mirza and Annalise Zukanovic. I hope I did that one okay.
Good. You did it right. That's good.
Well, we'll hear from Mike Gatto if we did. So, number 22, Olympia Hout. Number 21, Marcia Limbrick. Number 20, Bobby and Ashley Fennell. Number 19, Maribel Infante. Number 18, Amy Salinas. Number 17, Cecilia and Joe Goodland. Number 16, Herlinthia and Terrence Durham. Number 15, Teresa and Joey Cantu. Number 14, Jennifer Guardiola. Number 13, Chalonda Cleburne. Number 12, Sydney Sparks. And number 11, Ruben Resendez.
All right, and now here's our top 10 in premium future RVPs. And like we said on recruiting, Marcy, right? These top 10, you be watching these names over the next few months because they're going to be our next regional vice presidents if they want it bad enough, right?
That's right.
So let's go for it. Number 10, out of the Chaffin Base Shop, Charles and Jennifer Kimball. Number 9, out of the Chaffin Base Shop, is Zach and Megan Levy. Number 8, out of the Scott and Georgia Godfrey Base Shop, we have Marianne and Dave Dean. Number 6, out of the Guetta Base Shop, Blanca and Rudy Lerma. And then out of the Sanchez Base Shop, we have Laura Garcia. Out of the our base shop, right? The famous,
better not mispronounce
the famous Marcus and Shay Wilkins. And then number 4, out of the Remsen Base Shop, we have Rico and Tiffany Combs. And then number 3, out of the Roberts Base Shop, just heard from Kobe, Ashley Trejo. And then number 2, out of the Lauren Robert Valls Base Shop, we have Cecilia and Edward Arredondo. And Marcy, there's only
one, number one.
And our number 1 hails out of the Sanchez Base Shop, senior regional leader. I have a feeling he's an RVP now. If not, he's going to be really, really soon. Darlene's kind of shaking her head. She's not sure. So anyway, if he's not one yet, he's going to be one really, really soon. I'll promise you, with 61,000 in premium contest period, is the great Christian Sanchez. Proud of you, Christian.
Awesome.
We graduate the competition now, Mars, to the RVP category.
That's right. So we have our top 25, from 25 to number 11 that I'm going to read off here. Base Shop Premium category. Number 25, James and Marcia Sherrod. Number 24, Joanna Gomez and Luis Martinez. Number 23, Eddie and Susanna Barrera. Number 22, Melissa and Cameron Blue. Number 21, Sandra Radaza and Cheeto Radaza. Number 20, Sandy and Anna Cardenas. Number 19, Luis and Alejandra Mier. Number 18, Selena Ramirez Ramos. Number 17, Raymond and Vivian Trevino. Number 16, Kyle and Stella Crowell. Number 15, you just got to hear from him, Great Mario and Taz Hosa. Number 14, Calvin and Tiffany Bradshaw. Number 13, Carlos and Mary Arana. Number 12, Patrick Domingo and Teresa Chi. And number 11, can't mispronounce this one, Randy and Marcy Godfrey.
Honey,
Woo!
we didn't make it in the top 10.
Hey, at least we're number 11.
Honey, we didn't make it in the top 10. I had to talk to my thriving base shop. Marcus! Anyway, thank you so much, Mars. Congratulations to all those. Hey, number 10, here we go. Top 10, let it rip. Number 10, we have Sish and Britt Rimson. Number 9, Reggie and Charity Reed. Number 8 is Pete and Nelly Tarena. Number 7, Laura and Robert Valls. Number 6, Carlos Gonzalez and Kayla Gonzalez. And I got to tell you, Carlos's goal, Marcy, was to get out of the hospital, come home today. Guess what? Carlos is home today. We just got the message. He is home today. So we love you, Carlos.
And Robert yesterday. What great
Robert,
news.
yeah, unbelievable stuff. Number 5, we have Hugo and Maria Sanchez. Number 4, Janicia and Anthony Brooks. They're coming up next, okay? And number 3, we have Kobe and Chastity Roberts. Number 2, Angie and Henry Guetta. And there's only number one. They were number 1 in recruiting, and now they're number 1 in premium over the contest period with $107,000 in premium in the base shop. The fabulous Michael and Lisa Chaffin.
Proud of Michael and Lisa. Awesome job.
All right, and now let's keep going. Let's rock with our speakers for today, okay? We're so proud of this couple. They finished in the top 5 in recruiting base shops and premium base shops. But listen to what's been going on in their life. We're so proud of them. Income up over this time last year, close to 30%. Recruiting in the base up 75%. Premium in the base up 42%. They've been consistently running the last 12 months a 20 by 20 base shop. I'll bet you they're ready to take that to a 30 by 30 base shop. Last 12 months cash, of course, over 130,000. Career cash close to 800,000. About to come in close to $1 million career cash. So proud of this couple. Their first time speaking in our international webinar. Help me welcome the great Janicia and Anthony Brooks.
So proud of y'all.
This is how we do it. Hello to everyone out there in Zoom world. Before I get started, I first have to thank God for this amazing opportunity, to Randy and Marcy for inviting me to share this platform with these amazing leaders. I also want to thank my husband, the love of my life, who keeps a smile on my face, for his support in every aspect of our business, for believing in me when I wasn't so sure of myself. Also, I want to thank my parents for their support and their positive reinforcements, and to our very own Team Passion teammates. Woo! Those teammates are cheering me on right now today, and they make me look good. So look, they only gave me 10 minutes, so I want to stay true to that because I want them to invite me back again. But before I get started, I want to bring hope to the shyest person on the Zoom today, looking at this opportunity and thinking I could never do this business, right? Because I can't talk to people because I'm too shy. But that's exactly how I was when I got started out as a center of influence. But now I'm an RVP, been an RVP for 14 years, over 6-figure income earning this business, and I didn't even see it coming. So that was me, and that's how I got started. So this could be you. So now, they asked me to share about what we're doing to grow our business. So let's talk about that. So here, in our business, we always stay in a company incentives. So if the company incentive is to do 2x2 for extra points, and then we're pushing 2x2 in our business because we want to keep that team camaraderie. We also push qualifying at your level so we can get people used to winning. And then for every new recruit that comes on board with us, we fast track them to qualify for districts and for some field training bonus incentives. Now, we also talk about bumping into people on purpose. You know, when you're out and about, make Primerica pay you to live. That's just one way to prospect, right? Because in our business, people are our inventory. Now, we also make it a requirement for our clients to attend our business overview. We feel like the more educated the client, the better client, right? Something happened, I got muted, but I'm back. We meet on Tuesday, we meet on Thursday, and we meet on Sunday night, and we still send our messages to our team on a team chat. And we also make personal calls just to make sure they're going to be in attendance. Because although we're dealing with adults, and they should be there because we meet the same day, the same time every week, but we still reach out anyway just to make sure they're going to be there. Not only that, every week, I mean, as people are doing business and within our hierarchy, our team here, they broadcast their closes on our team Telegram just to help motivate others. Because when you're in a platform with other people and other leaders that are doing something, it's going to push you to want to do something too. So now we also have what we call our elite team. These are our 4 key leaders that we have. They're made up of division and regional leaders, and we meet with them every day, Monday through Friday at 12 noon. Now the focus here is to keep their business on their mind, to hold them accountable to what they say they're going to do, to get their daily numbers, and then to coach them up. We also talk about business, quality of business, and persistency, because that's important to us. Because in my opinion, to get to the next level, it's necessary to have some form of accountability, right? So now, moving right along, this elite team that we have, we started this team May of last year, and I'm so excited to say they're here within the next 60 days. We will be promoting out a regional vice president, and my husband and I, we're super excited about that. So now, like I started out and I said, they gave me 10 minutes, and now I must close, and I got to introduce our next speaker. So this young lady here, she's been in Primerica since 2008 as an RVP since 2013. She became an SVP in May of 2021. She has 5 regional vice presidents. She's a Power Builder watch earner, a Power Builder ring earner with 3 diamonds, and her career cash flow is over $1.6 million. So now help me to bring up our next speaker, Ms. SVP Angie and Henry Guerrera.
Hey, thank you for that, Janicia. That was awesome, and congratulations to you too. And just congratulations to everyone that just spoke, you guys. Thank you so much, Gforce. Good afternoon. I hope you guys are excited. These speakers have been absolutely amazing, and it's just an honor to be part of this lineup here. You guys, first, I just want to say real quickly, you all, because I've got to mention this. Listen, we're just so happy. Our heart is so happy that the Vaults are back home. Okay, Ortegas are doing better. Carlos is going home. Just all the glory to God. We're so thankful for that. And I also definitely want to go ahead and thank, Believe Nation, right? Our 4 regional vice presidents. We wouldn't be here right now speaking to any of you if it wasn't for you all. So just thank you guys so much. We love you all, and we appreciate that the fact that we have locked arms to be in this journey together, you all. Now, in having said that, listen, we've been here for 13 years, and we've got our 3 daughters, right? We're at senior vice presidents, and we got ownership last year. My husband and I do this business together. Never did I imagine that we would be doing this, together. We both had great careers before this, and we made this change, right? To transition into doing this full time. And I can tell you this, our company, this Primerica opportunity, is the best opportunity that there is out there. I believe strongly that there isn't anything better. I believe that with all my heart. I really genuinely do, which is the reason why when we were making our run to regional vice president, everything was on the table. Everything was on the table. And I remember that we just surrendered. I just surrendered, and I said, Father God, if this is it, and I believe it with all my heart, that this is it, this is our ticket to freedom, then I'm ready. We're ready to just do everything necessary. There are many of you right now in this audience that are wondering whether this is for you 100% or not, whether you'd made the right decision. Maybe you're making a run to become regional vice president. Maybe you're already at RVP and you're trying to hit the next milestone, right? And I believe that you really have to just surrender. And if you believe it with all your heart, just do everything necessary. We've heard it all. We got to recruit directs, right? It solves everything. We got to field train. We got to license people, get people promoted, and work closely with them. But Chris Coop was so 100% on it. I loved what he said when he said 10% of our business is Primerica and the other 90% is the people's business. Guys, we never imagined or even at all, just even realized the kind of relationships that we have been able to build. Some of our best friends are in this company. The times that we have needed, the help the most many times, not only our family, but also within our team that is now our family, those are the people that we've been able to turn to. This is a people's business. And in order to move your business along with recruiting and building and promoting and licensing, yes, all of that has to be in check, but it is a people's business. It is a people's business. At the end of the day, it is about helping them, finding out what moves them, what is important to them. And it is true, 10 to 15 hours to really fully recruit someone. That's the only way that you're going to be able to really find out what's important to someone. And to see, it doesn't have to be something important to you. And we forget about that sometimes. It's about what's important to them. And all I know is that Primerica will deliver, because Primerica has always delivered. You guys, I'm a mommy of 3, and I'll tell you that with this company, the fact that my husband and I can work together, it's been such a blessing. Is it perfect all the time? No, but I wouldn't trade it for anything else. Our lives were separate before. He went to his job at Customs, Homeland Security. He was a federal agent for 12 years. I had my job as a marketing representative, and our daughters were in daycare at that time. We lived very separate lives in that way. And I believe that's most of America. And we were grateful, but we were grateful to the extent of not knowing what we were missing. Does that make sense? To the extent that we're not knowing what we were missing. But when we met Peter and Nelly Tarena, and they were regional vice presidents, right? And they were making over 6 figures, and they had all this freedom. They talked about being able to be there for their children. And it really inspired us that maybe that could be us one day. And was I scared? When I told Henry that I wanted to go full time as a district leader, absolutely I was scared. And there was no Zoom. My RVP was in San Antonio, 2 hours away. There was no office to plug into, but I believed it with my heart. I believed it with all my heart that if we want to do something, we're going to find a way, or we're going to create a way, right? Too many of us let the things that scare us stop us, and see that is the only place that you're going to find the courage that is really in you already. And so we got to move forward to do the things that we got to do. And guys, let me share something with you. We're about to go into the 4th quarter, right? Listen, we hit our 2nd diamond during the 4th quarter. So we got to get ready. We got to get ready for this 4th quarter. These next 3 months are going to be crucial, right? To be able to start 2022. And I know that things are different now. We know that we're here on the border. It's hard for people to come together. This is actually the first Gforce rally that we do from our home. We've always done it at the office, but right now things are a little shaky, right? People are not feeling as comfortable to come into a closed environment. That's okay. But it doesn't mean that I can't come together with a few of our key leaders, or a few new recruits that are ready to explore this thing, right, on a one-on-one. We got to figure out ways to still make it happen and build those great relationships. But listen, you guys, I just want to share this as a mommy, as a married woman, to be able to build this business alongside with my husband, to get ownership, to know that we have that certificate of ownership now for our 3 daughters. Listen, this is what matters to me, and you got to. I'm sharing it with you because you got to figure out what matters to you. My time was very short with our parents. I lost my mom at 21 years old. My 3 girls have never met them, never did, never will, right? Until they're with our Father God, along with us. And my husband never met them either. I feel that my time was very short. So for me, what is crucial is creating memories that matter. Look, today with this whole pandemic, we decided to homeschool our children, right? All 3 of our girls, we have a 14-year-old, a freshman, and we have 2 7th graders. They're getting homeschooled. And I'll tell you, it brings me so much joy that we're able to do that, you all. And I know that's not for everyone, but you know what? It doesn't have to be. What I know is that we're in the right vehicle that has given us the liberty to make that decision, because that's what we felt was best for our family. And you know what it's turned into? I sent Nelly a picture the other day. Our girls were in the backyard taking class in the beautiful morning breeze, you know, and we in the morning, instead of beating the traffic rush, right, with all the other parents, we're at the park and our girls are taking their bike ride and we're running, right? We do that for about 45 minutes, and then we come home and then we have, you know, our breakfast, and I start my day with the business with my husband and they start their lesson plans, right? And the liberty to do that, you guys, the liberty to do that, and the example is what really excites me about what their future is going to be like. And we're getting to create memories while building a great business and a great legacy. And let me just show you this, guys. Look, I got my little board right here, right? This is our weekly board that we do for our family. And then I've got another one for the business. But as a mom, it gives me so much joy. Look, it says here, on Wednesday of last week, right? We had a field trip with our girls. All right, because we got to do our own field trip since they're not plugging into the real school, right? And we do school on our own. Hey, that field trip was over in San Antonio, Texas, because our SVP, right, they had a very special small luncheon, right? A very beautiful event that they promoted their son, second generation. Well, we took our 3 daughters. Thank you, Nelly and Pete, for, you know, having a seat just for each of them. They felt so special. We felt special. But guys, I put field trip here on entrepreneurship, field trip on building a family legacy. That was their field trip, you guys. Can you imagine what that is doing to their minds, to their heart, to their belief level of what they can do? And the great Mike Toto was there as well, right? And he shared what it was about building a legacy. My goodness, that was their field trip, guys. And you know what? Because we get to do that. We get to do that in Primerica. So what is it that moves you? That's what moves me. Because again, my time was short, and so building memories is what matters to me. You got to find out what matters to you, get really good at that, and then get really good at finding out what matters to the people that are in your team that have locked arms. But all I know is that no matter what that is, Primerica delivers if you deliver with the work ethic, with the belief level, right? And building the right relationships, you guys. So thank you, Gforce. Congratulations to everyone. Super great news about Carlos is going home today. Vol's already home. And just again, shout out to our amazing team, my husband, our daughters, Gforce, everyone, so many people to thank you guys. And now I get to introduce our SVP, right? Nelly and Pete Tarena. They started in 1993, right? Became regional vice presidents in 96, SVPs on 2016. And you guys, they're in San Antonio, Texas. There are uplines, Fourth Diamonds, guys. They make over 400,000 and they're just amazing. So introducing now the great Nelly Tarena.
Awesome, Angie. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you guys. I've got a lot to say in a short period of time, and I can do it, right? So one, glory to God, glory to all of you guys that have plugged in and have invested in your time, right? Invested in yourselves in this business. I've got 10 points that I want to cover. New people, maybe people we got to revive. Maybe people just are in the valley. Maybe people aren't where they want to be. This is for you, right? So I went back, I said, okay, what is it that I had to do in order to get where I'm at today, right? My upline was also 2.5 hours away. So, I mean, almost 2 hours away in Round Rock. So guys, I didn't grow up in a base shop. I didn't have Saturday trainings. It doesn't matter. It's the time that you get to build with your leaders that matters. So I thought about one, what do we have to do first? First, we got to recognize this is an incredible opportunity. When was the last time you got another opportunity and it was already proven that it worked? So one, you've been given a shot. See, how many times has somebody tried to recruit you after Primerica? See, no one has recruited Pete and I. No one tried to recruit us 27 years, 28 years already. So guess what? Somebody gave us one shot at it and we took it. Number two, confirm what we do. What we do is right. Confirm how we do it. The crusade about righting a wrong. The crusade about ensuring people and making sure they retire well. And kids have parents, not part-time parents, but full-time parents, right? Number three, commitment. What are you willing to do? What are you going to commit to? What are you going to give up? Because you're going to give up something, all right? What are you going to adjust in your life? And what are you going to remove in your life? It just might be some people you're going to have to remove. I'm going to tell you right now, okay? And I hate to be, whatever, but that's just how it is, right? You're going to lose some friends. You thought they were your friends, but they don't want to do anything with you. They don't want to see you win. And guess what? You need to be okay with that. Number 4, picture. What's the picture going to look like? See, all of you have a blank, right? A blank canvas. But your job is to paint the picture, the vision for those people that you're coming on board. What is it going to look like? What are you telling your kids it's going to look like? Your family, what is it going to look like? Your friends and family, what is it going to look like? And be okay with them not agreeing with you. Be okay with that. The 5th thing, fall in love. How many of y'all fall in love? There's a lot of people in love here all the time. On Gforce, everybody's in love. We got a new engaged person, by the way. Peter and Alyssa, congratulations, right? But you know what? What was that first feeling when you first met the love of your life, or whoever you're with today, your husband, spouse, girlfriend, fiance? What was it like? Okay, you hardly wait till the next day to see them, or they pick up the phone, or they write you a letter. Guys, you gotta fall in love with Primerica 24/7. Not on and off. You understand? And a marriage doesn't work when you're on 2 days and off 5 days. Doesn't work. It doesn't work in Primerica also. You're going to have to give it 24/7. Sounds weird. Sounds like too much of a commitment. Depends on where you're at. The more the commitment, the better you do. The less the commitment, the less you do. Okay? I'm going to talk a little bit about you must pursue it. You're going to have to pursue it every day. Every day, holidays, weekends, nights. I have people say, well, Nelly, you talk about freedom. You ain't got there yet. You ain't there yet. Let's get after it, and then you can have freedom. You know, I want you to think about, was it better today? Why is it better today? We get to Zoom. It melted my heart to see the girls of Angie. You know, I don't have my babies. Mine are big now, but I've got an 89-year-old mom that I get to take care of. She doesn't have to be in a nursing home or assisted living. I have a flexible schedule, and then be able to have financial means to get somebody to help me. That's a big deal. Okay. So guys, what's it going to look like? We can recruit everywhere. We can recruit in any state. We can build a business. There's no limits. The only limits we have are the ones you set, right? Number 7, build relationships. Nelly, how do we do it with Zoom? Hey, we've had dinners by Zoom. Everybody dinners, we check out what they're eating, candlelight, whatever, make it fun. Go out to a park, have a picnic, do a potluck. It doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to be worth it. Are you willing to invest the time in those people? See, we have to recruit people, and we have to turn around and build that relationship with them fast, right? Number 8, be a great servant. When I came to Primerica, I thought, oh my God, I saw the little zero. I said, why do I have to recruit people? I'm a corporate auditor. I made $42,000 in my last job. Why do I have to go do this? It's called leverage, and it's called freedom. If you don't recruit, you'll never have freedom. So let's be great servants. Let's pay it forward. Let's give somebody a shot to have freedom too, just like you have been given a shot, right? Number 9, this is what I want you to think about. Your family, your friends, your kids. What are they watching? Are they watching you grow? Are your kids watching you dream? Are they watching you take action? Are they watching you fall and get back up again? Are they watching you not give up and keep pushing forward? Are they watching you celebrate others while you're not winning yet? Are they watching you say, okay, it didn't work out, we're going to do it better? Are they watching you forgive others and press forward? Are they watching you experience greatness? See, guys, you've been given a great shot. I hope to God you don't waste it. The last thing I want to talk about is kind of 2 things. 1, promotions. What's your next promotion? Are we as leaders focusing on our people's promotions? Are we helping them get where they need to go? Are we having those real conversations with them, not lying conversations with them? It's going to be all right. No, it's not going to be all right if we don't fix some things. But be open to having those honest relationships, those hard conversations. You would have them with your kids. Why wouldn't you have them with the people on your team, right? And then the last thing we talked about earlier, Chris talked about, is legacy. What is your code worth? Is your code worth millions of dollars because of your pen? Or is your code worth millions of dollars because of the organization you built, the amazing people that you've built? See, I am so proud of our vice presidents. first, second, third generation. I tell you what, they're heartfelt people. They're honest people, but I love the people under them. All the organization coming up to become regional vice presidents, because all of us have a shot. See, I'm going to leave you with this, okay? Luke 10:23. Blessed are the eyes that see what you see. Question I have for you is, what do you see? Are you blind or do you have a vision? And if you have one, can people see it? Thank you so much. I see you at the top because the bottom's too crowded. And Randy, I'm going to give it back to you.
Okay. Woo! Oh my goodness. Honey, the ladies, they are fired up and they are hot. They're steaming hot. And I love the fact that they are. Wow, 3 in a row.
I know, that was like the Women in Primerica segment, wasn't it?
It was awesome, and they just all killed it.
I know.
But they all represent such great partnerships.
Yes.
And their husbands, they've been building this business right alongside each other, and I just love it. And just the great representation that we do have with Women in Primerica.
I mean, Janicia, thank you so much. That was so powerful. Angie, I love hearing your story and your family too. Unbelievable. And then to have Nelly.
I know.
So something kind of cool happened. Something kind of cool happened to Nelly's family recently.
That's right.
Too,
It sure did. We need to recognize that.
I mean, Peter and Alyssa, they're what?
Getting engaged. Oh, they are engaged.
They're
getting married.
Getting married.
So happy for them.
Woo,
they're
man.
awesome.
I mean, going to RVP, getting married. That's
great young
exciting
couple.
Stuff,
Yep.
So. Well, Mars, I tell you, that I didn't even realize that when we put the agenda together. That was the Women in Primerica segment for sure. So proud of them. And now we are heading to the Securities competition, and this is exciting stuff because we are. I love the way our organization works. I mean, we got so many people that run a balanced business, and our hierarchies represent that in a big way. And of course, again, too, the company made a huge shift when they gave an alternative way to go to SVP, NSD, and SNSD by the people who are focused on securities. They're able to count now up to 75% of the production requirements to go to those positions. Now they're able to count for securities, which is a massive shift. And we're going to be promoting a lot of SVP senior leaders in that position.
That's right.
A lot more now than ever. We got a lot of people out there. They're going to do it the traditional way. But I just love the fact we're in the business not only of promotions and motions in the base shop, right? But now promotions and motions to the senior leadership position. It is unreal.
Which is great.
And so Securities becomes even bigger. Okay, so Mars, let's rock and roll. Future RVPs.
We are going to start with our future RVPs and their base shop securities. Number 25, Tara and Michael Lamoth. Might be Michelle. 24, Marshall Best. Number 23, Shelley and Trevor Flory. Number 22, Fred and Laura Botello. Number 21, Zach and Megan Levy. Number 20, Ken and Kim Thigpen. Number 19, Michelle and Dave Pugh. Number 18, Kira and Mika Kalinova.
You did good.
I did.
You
Okay,
did
I hope
right.
so. Number 17, Puspa and Scott Todd. Number 16, Alona and Heinrich Schmidt. Number 15, Manuel and Stephanie Noel. Number 14, Teresa and Joey Cantu. Number 13, Dennis Dink, or Dinky, however it's pronounced. Number 12, Patrick and Tiffany Zastro. And number 11 is Timothy Parody.
Awesome. And now top 10, folks. These are, again, future RVPs, got their securities license. We encourage everyone, get your securities license. That's one of the best promotions you'll ever get in the base shop for sure from a cash flow standpoint. So here we go. Number 10, top 10 future RVPs, Greg Guido. Number 9, Elena Solano. Number 8 is Al and Taylor Hunter. Number 7, we have Helen and Kevin Main. And then number 6, we have Fabian and Lisa Cornelius. Number 5, Dean Peruzzi and Kathy Tang. Number 4 is Katie and Mike Woods. Number 3 is Mike and Joanne Azzoli. Number 2 is John and Lisa Thoralt. And Marsh, there is only
number one.
Out of the Wilkins Base Shop, number 1, Dave and Monique Augerman. On to the RVP category, Marcy. What do we got here?
In our RVP category in the Base Shop Securities, we have number 25, Michael and Catherine Kofer. Number 24, Kesia and Gerardo Castellanos. Number 23, Corey and Lucy Schmidt. Number 22, Corey and Nicole Brown. Number 21, Roy and Kathy House. Number 20, Daryl and Laura Stephenson. Number 19, Freddie and Callie Troutmiller. Number 18, Adam and Carly Turgeon. Number 17, Mike and Sonia Gatto. Number 16, Bobby and Terry Gastelum. Number 15, Carlos Gonzalez and Kayla Gonzalez. Number 14, Carol Merton and Paul Brunette. Number 13, Reggie and Trish Patrick. Number 12, Sue and Jared Rogan. And number 11, Steve and Robin Bentic.
Man, congratulations to all of you Base Shop RVPs. Fantastic. And now we're down to the top 10. And here we go, Gforce. Number 10, with almost 3.2 million in securities in the base, Bob and Rhonda Graham. Number 9, with over 3.2 million in the base, Majid and Nada Dable. Number 8, with almost 3.3 million, we have Brad and Megan Stokey. Ready to go, Brad. Number 7, Michael and Marnie Langrell, over 3.4 million, with 3.8 million in the base. Number 6 is Johnny and Nicole Birchfield. And then number 5, with over 5 million in the base, Clive and Debbie Wilkins. Number 4, with almost 5.2 million in the Base Shop. You're about to hear from him next. The great Stephen and Lana Newton coming in with number 4. Number 3, with 5.7 million in the base, the great Vish and Kelly Persad. And then number 2, almost 7.6 million in the Base Shop, the great David and Vanessa Lipset. And now, Mars, we always know that there's always only
number one.
Man, is National Sales Director, $1 million earner. I'll bet he's got his sights set on SNSD2 with 9.8 million in his Base Shop. Mark and Deborah Penny.
Woo! Awesome.
Woo! All right, Mars, it's time. It's time. Listen, folks. If this was a race, if this was 440 or a 400-meter race, man, you'd be like crossing that last one. You're doing the last 100 meters, and it gets tough. I used to run that 400 meters. That last 100 meters was tough, man. I mean, it's like the monkey jump on your back. You want the legs to go really fast, and they're not going anywhere, you know. So you got to toughen up. This is the stretch, right? This is like baseball.
We don't want any torn hamstrings today.
No torn hamstrings. Now, Newton's a big baseball fan, so I use a baseball analogy. This is like, you know, we're crossing third, heading home. Folks, if there's ever a time you want to finish strong, stay focused here, okay? Because, man, we are in the home stretch. And, folks, I'm telling you, you better be taking notes on this dude right here, okay? I am so proud of this next speaker. First of all, he's got a first-generation RVP. You know, he's over 333,000 in the last 12 months income. Last month, by the way, was paid, Marcy. You want to help me say that?
$96,639.
Man, in 1 month, folks. In 1 month. He is on a tear. Hey, remember these new guidelines now. I bet you this dude smells being a senior vice president one day. I can't wait to see that happen. But his career earnings now very close to going over the $3 million mark. building great people in his base shop, recruiting like crazy too. Man, help me welcome from the Dallas, Texas area. I don't know. It's close enough.
Close enough.
Okay. Almost Oklahoma too. The great Stephen Newton.
Woo!
Stephen, take it away, buddy.
Man, oh man. Thank you, Randy. Thank you. Hey, so great to be on here. Honored for sure. Chris Coog's one of my all-time favorites. Listen, just if you haven't heard his speech from the convention a few years ago, talking about the 2 feet, you've got to go. It's one of the best. It's one of the all-time best. So anyway, thank you, Randy, for that introduction. We live 75 miles north of Dallas in Bells, Texas. On a north wind day, we can smell the bingo parlors from Oklahoma down here. So yes, we're pretty close to Oklahoma, but you know, they say the only thing separates a Texan from a total idiot is the Red River. So that is accurate for sure. So, but anyway, man, just fired up today. You brought up, we have first generation RVP. Just want to brag on Todd and Connie Kelly. These guys are just rock stars. You know, obviously they burst onto the scene during COVID, which there was obviously good stuff came out of that. But I feel bad for them because they didn't get to do a lot of the fun recognition that they earned and deserved. You know, walking the stages, various places, things like that. But won the Orlando trip, going to win this next trip. They already got their Power Builder watch, and they're having a baby on Monday. So, man, they are busy. They got lots of stuff going on right now for sure. So, but so proud of those guys. And they just had one of those big rainstorms come through their town that had a name, okay? They live in a place where they name the rainstorms, right? And so just praying for all of that region that's just been devastated by the hurricane down there for sure. But I know they've got a new baby girl hurricane hitting on Monday, Ashland. So looking forward to seeing Todd grow his team there. So just praying for everybody involved in that. So excited for sure. Everybody's mentioned licensing. I'm going to give you the quickest licensing tip you could ever get in your life. Hire somebody to do it. Hire somebody to do it, okay? Stop doing it. Hire somebody else to do it. One of the best things I ever did for licensing is I hired somebody else to do it. Stop doing bullcrap jobs, okay? Stop doing stuff that you can pay somebody else to do, okay? I don't mow my yard. I don't wash my car, okay? Pay other people to do that stuff, okay? There's other things you need to be doing, like either building a business or hanging out with your people, right? Or hanging out with your family or doing something like that. Or in my case, building a lighted turf wiffle ball field in your front yard, right? So there's other stuff you can be doing besides mowing your yard, but pay somebody to handle your licensing. Pay somebody to handle your pending business. I mean, you talk about a gift to give my wife was paying somebody to do our pending business. She doesn't do that anymore. She doesn't do licensing. She doesn't do any of that stuff anymore, okay? She gets to focus on being a stay-at-home mom. She gets focused on being a homeschool teacher, and she gets focused on our youth ministry that she runs and does a great job. So pay somebody to do your licensing for you. Is that clear enough for everybody? Okay. Pay somebody to do it. All right. Michael, you're kissing your wife right now while I'm talking. What the heck, man? Right. So anyway, that's that. Right. But pay somebody to do that. And here's what's so great about it. When you hire somebody, home office will train them for you. Okay. Let me say that one more time. Hire somebody, and then home office for free will pay them. They will train them for you. Okay. So anyway, there's licensing for you. Okay. That's how you do that. And then your job is to what? Keep the main thing. Recruiting and training directs. That's your focus, right? I want to talk about convention real quick. It's coming up next year. And I think it's one of the moments of my career. You know, a lot of people think our business really took off when COVID hit, but that's not when our business took off. Back up to the convention before that. When I was sitting in that building, and my dear friend David Lipset rolled up onto that stage and stood up out of that chair, I came unglued. Man. I came back. I got that picture of that man and his incredible family. Got 16 by 20 of that Joker. It's hung above my garage door every day since I got home from Atlanta, Georgia, Michael. And it's been hanging up there. And I got my wife to print out in vinyl letters, no excuses. And I've got no excuses. That's what I see every day when it comes. So I'd already started recruiting directs. And every single month now for over 2 years, I've recruited minimum 2 directs for over 2 years now, okay? Anywhere from 2 to 10 directs. And that's what you got to do if you want to get this thing off the ground, okay? That's how you find your Todd Kellys. That's how you find all these studs that you're hearing mentioned today. Okay, that's where they're found, right? So, but man, you got to do that. But I want to encourage you this: you got to stay the course, guys. You got to say, well, I've recruited 2 directs for 4 months in a row. I said 24 months. Okay, so any 4 months, 5 months. Listen, you got to stay the course. You've got to stay the course here. Okay, I mean, what else are you gonna go do? Right? What else are you going to go do? So, man, stay the dadgum course. I brought up earlier our ministry, and Randy and Marcy, it's just one of the just honors of my life right now. And I'm so emotional right now just to think about what this company is allowing us to do. You guys know about 4 years ago, my wife started a high school Bible study in our living room. We had 12 kids. The first week, that sound familiar? Story out of the Bible, right? The next week we had 19. The next week we had 20 something. The next week 30 something. The last 4 weeks before COVID, over 70 kids from 18 different high schools. This went from just a little thing in the living room to now it's a 501c3 home run ranch. And then we started thinking, and then Primerica got involved, Michael. We started dreaming big. And they were like, man, what else could we do to really impact or reach more kids? And we love baseball. It's Home Run Ranch. So we came up with I know it's going to shock you guys. We came up with a vision board. Right? Came up with a vision board. And we said, man, how cool it would be to build a lighted wiffle ball field that looked like Fenway Park. There's some ugly stuff on the land next to us. And what better way to hide that than build a green monster from the world's greatest baseball stadium, Fenway, right? So let's build a lighted wiffle ball field. And then I'm like, I'm in Primerica. Why would we put grass on that thing? We can put turf on that thing, right? So now it's going to be a lighted turf wiffle ball field because that's less mowing my yard guy has to do. So I'm cheap. I can pay my yard guy even less. I don't have to pay him to mow the baseball field, right, Michael? So, and then behind that, we just poured a full court basketball court. Yesterday, we put up a 24-foot grain silo pavilion that's overlooking the baseball field. It's just incredible. It's so unbelievable to be able to go, hey, dream again. Some of you guys need to start dreaming again, right? And because this is what happens. You get your job and they do this right here. And they stick the line in, and guess what they start doing? They start sucking out all your goals, your dreams, your ambitions. And then you get to work with Prime America or Prime Americare or Primerica, whoever you signed up with, right? And guess what we do? We get on this other arm and we're like, man, we got to get to these guys' staff. We start pumping some goals and dreams and ambition back in your tail. You know what I mean? That's our goal, right, Michael? We got to do that. And that's a battle you leaders have to fight every day. Understand the birds are trying to get your people. The enemy is roaming about. He's seeking to destroy. He's picking off your people, right? He's tearing down marriages right now like never before. Marriages are being attacked. Businesses are being attacked, right? And we got to fight that right now. We got to step up our game as leaders big time. And I'm talking to nobody but myself right now this morning. We've got to step it up. We've got to step up our leadership big time right now for sure, okay? But man, it's been an honor to be able to go out and provide and build this incredible, to pay for this thing that my wife has dreamed up. So it's awesome. You follow our stuff on Home Run Ranch. But I'll wrap up with this, okay? Are you a thermostat or are you a thermometer? Okay? Are you a thermostat or are you a thermometer, right? What does a thermometer do? A thermometer just goes with whatever. If it's 80, it just says 80. If it drops to 60, it just goes with 60, okay? And dadgummit, all of our teams, I know my team, I know most people's teams, you got too many what? You got too many thermometers on your team right now in every area of your life. Because I found this out, Mike. If you're half buttoning here, you're probably half buttoning in every area of your dadgum life, okay? So I'm challenging you as I wrap up today to be the thermostat, to be the dadgum thermostat in every area of your life. You set the tone, you set the temperature, you set it, and then guess what? Then people rise up to that. You go do that though, okay? So stop being a thermometer and start being a dadgum thermostat in a world full of thermometers, in a world dadgum full of thermometers. So anyway, man, I'm fired up today. I am so fired up. I get to go watch my son play baseball today, and then we get to come home tonight. And every Saturday night, I spend about $400 a month watching people beat each other up, either boxing or UFC, right? My son's taking UFC lessons twice a week and baseball lessons twice a week. So got a big busy day here, right? So I'm fired up. But I get to introduce now my dear friend, and I'm just so daggum glad he ain't laying in a hospital bed right now. But I know this dude's too powerful for that, right? And he serves a very, very big guy that helped raise him right out of there. And I know Michael be the first one to give credit where credit is due on that for sure, right? So, but Michael, man, this guy, he came on board. Him and his incredibly amazing wife, they came on board November 2015, and they were RVPs April 2018. Obviously blew through the ring. I think they're already second diamond, about to hit their third diamond. Power Builder watch, Power Builder ring, doing it right. 12-month cash flow, almost right at $250,000. Career cash sneaking up on $750,000 already. Isn't that incredible, right? So, man, I'm so fired up to hear from this guy right now. So, Michael, brother, take it away.
You're just so amazing. It's an honor to follow you and to give. They couldn't see the kiss, so that was just me giving Lisa a kiss before she left the office so I could focus. Teammates, first of all, Lisa and I just want to thank all of Gforce, all your leadership, all your love. Thank you to God that I can be here today. It's pretty emotional, but I want you to think about environments, right? What other environment are people living in? I think potentially Primerica saved my life. If I was in the corporate world battling that COVID and having to get back to work and worrying about paychecks, I'm not sure it has the same ending. So I can't take a ton of time thanking everybody because we got 10 minutes. But man, we love you guys so much, Gforce. What you did for us, what you did to support Lisa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I want to hit three things, everybody. First of all, or really four. One is today's a big event, dadgummit, right? Big decisions are made at big events. You see, we weren't where we wanted to be in Q2, and we threw our own big event. That big event in June, which by the way was live, triggered us averaging 30 by 30 the last 3 months. And it was decisions. You know, this week we had a teammate, Robert Jackson, say, I wasn't coming. I told you I was, but I wasn't. But we stayed persistent. We stayed on him. He made a decision. And just like Coop said earlier, you know, you're always one person, one decision, one explosion. You know, Robert and Mashonda became that on Team Kimball, and they've just exploded, averaging 10 by 10 as brand new teammates because they came to an event. We got an hour left. You need to be calling everybody, right? Not because I'm speaking, but because who's coming next? They might hear that moment, y'all. So never forget the power of a big event. It's the only reason we're here, okay? So number one, as I laid in that bed, actually as I laid in my own bed for 2 weeks, like Kobe was saying, with all his fevers and sweats and not knowing what was going on, when the oxygen levels hit and we went to the hospital, you start thinking about your legacy. Yo, we got to think about the opportunity we have here. You see, in corporate America, there is no legacy. There is no opportunity. There's really no hope that you're going to leave your family anything. Even like Coop said, you don't own State Farm, right? So as I laid there, I thought about and kind of a correction. Came on board in 16. Scott recruited a silent partner in 15. I don't want to lose those 12 months when we talk career cash and butt whooping. But you know, as I laid there, the questions I kept asking myself was, how much more could I have done? Can Lisa run this without me right now? Is my family set, or did I miss the opportunity? And y'all, I'm a different person today. And when I close with my purpose here is we're not going to miss this opportunity now. You see, this is the place where you can build a legacy, right? Change is hard. This business is hard, but it's all temporary. Regret, on the other hand, is permanent, right? Financial devastation is permanent. And that's all I could think about. All I could think about is the hours I didn't book with appointments. All I could think about is the RVPs we haven't promoted yet, so that our family could be there forever. Now, listen, Lisa could run this thing in her sleep. She did such an amazing job with our team while we were out, but y'all know what I mean. To build a legacy here, like all the $1 million earners you're hearing from today, where they've built something so that their family understands freedom for the rest of their life. And we haven't done that yet.
Tomorrow is not given. And as you look at your calendars and you decide every day when you wake up what you're going to do, what you're going to focus on, you got to look at those white spaces in your calendar and understand those represent missed opportunities. Those might represent my wife having to go get a job if I passed away. You see, as you look at the daily disciplines, like Chris said, I wrote some stuff down ahead of time, and I wrote them down again when he said that. And by the way, just so you all know, number one doesn't mean nothing to me right now. Chris said, you know, you party in your successes. I promise you, Team Fearless is not partying, right? Chris said growth comes out of failure. To us, we're in failure mode right now because we're not there. You got to keep growing, okay? So teammates, as you go through your day, as you look at your calendar tomorrow, as you look at what to do with the rest of today, ask yourself, what's the legacy you want to leave for your family? Have you accomplished it, or are you wasting time? Are you playing with this thing, or are you serious? And I like to think I'm pretty serious, but I need to get a lot better, and I'll close with that. But before that, we got 9 months. You see, here, this is every teammate in Gforce. If you're brand new, this is you. If you've been here a few years, this is you. If you're $1 million earner, this is you. You see, we got 9 months till the greatest show on earth. And I promise you, when you're there in 9 months, you know, Mario said at the convention, he talked about the shoestring lanyard or an RVP lanyard. You're either going to be glad you listened or you're going to wish you did. You see, the convention is everything, and that's all you need. All you need is a deadline, and then you need a goal. I want y'all to think right now, what do you want to be in your business and in your life at convention? Now I want you to double it. You got to dream bigger. You got to think bigger. But here's what I know with everything in me. Every single teammate in Primerica and in Gforce could be a regional vice president July 1st, walking the stage at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. You just got to decide to do it. You just got to decide to do it. Here's the numbers. All you got to do is go license about 30 people. Everybody can license 30 people. With an average licensing rate, that's 150 recruits. That's 15 a month. How do you do that? You go get one direct a week and work the multiples. You see, all you got to do is go out and use the last 8 days of this month and double-digit recruit. Start it now. Every newest teammates, 30 licensed agents, regional vice president, walking the stage. And here's what should excite everybody else like it excites us. That means we should walk 6, 7, 8, 9 people across the stage with us in July. You see, speaking anything else is not fair to anybody because they can do it. I've been telling my team since not the day I got out of the hospital because I could barely talk then, but I've been telling them 30 by 30 does not keep me satiated anymore, y'all. 30 by 30 is just not good enough because the regional leaders should be doing 30 by 30. Right? How can you be happy with 30 by 30 if you've got teammates that want to be 30 by 30? So teammates, here's our goal, right? We're going to be national sales directors. We're going to be making $50,000 a month, and we're going to celebrate with a ton of our amazing teammates. I don't even want to name them because I don't want to do anybody a disservice because every single one of them has a chance. It's just a matter of who steps up and fights, right? Who on Team Fearless? Who on Level Up Nation, the Walkers? Who in Gforce is willing to say, dadgummit, he's right? What if? What am I willing to fight for? What do I want my legacy to be? You see, for Lisa and I, and man, y'all, Lisa blew me away. There's so much. Chris Coop talked about who they became as a couple. Who Lisa and I have become as partners, who Lisa's become as a leader in this business. It humbles me every day. And she blew me away through this whole period. Love you, babe. But these next 9 months are personal. You see, we came in here and we grinded. We did. We built it as a brand new RVP. All the money was ours, right? You got to personally produce. If you're a regional vice president, you should make $150,000 a year on your own pen easy. I'm committed to make 250 on my own pin, not because that's how I want to build the business, but because that's what we deserve. You see, there's too many hours in the day to make that excuse. We've recommitted to 35 messages a day. We've committed to 3 to 5 appointments a day. We've committed to building this thing as big as we can for our family, y'all. Gforce, it's an absolute honor to share any stage, any video with you. And we love you, man. So I hope everybody takes this to heart and really ask yourself, what do you want your legacy to be? But more importantly, what are you going to do about it? Because every day it's simple. Did I or didn't I? Stop my clock there so it doesn't bing like Newton's. And at this time, y'all, I'm going to introduce an absolute legend in our business and in Gforce. He's part of the Canadian Leadership Council. He's a Primerica Wall of Fame member. 12-month cash flow, $733,000. Career cash, y'all. Listen to this. 13.4 million. I think you can do a lot of things with your beautiful family when you're financially independent like that. Teammates, please welcome Bob Graham and I believe his family.
Thank you, Michael. Hey, I got some incredible friends here today in Calgary, all the way from Quebec City, one of the newest millionaires, Circle of Champions, Fabian and Nicole Cote. Give them a hand. They want to say hi. My beautiful wife, Rhonda. Thanks again, Michael. Man, we've been on Zoom for 6 hours today. We've been up since 6 o'clock in the morning, fired up and excited, listening to Coob. You know, Fabian did a school for Gerard, had Gary Martin on there. Unbelievable. First of all, I got to tell you, we're truly blessed to have the mentors, to have the system, the structure, the incredible opportunity of Primerica. It absolutely blew me away. 800 Canadians gathered together in Banff a week or two ago. We had the Carnegies, the Kearns, the Demanskys stay at our house. Fabian just pulled by with a 45-foot motorhome. Hey, I can't believe it. I'm a kid from Flin Flon, Manitoba that had no goals and dreams and bumped into this by pure fluke and said, man, this sounds too good to be true. So if we can start ripping through the slides, because I only got a few minutes, I will tell you, if you're brand new or if you're ready to take it to the next level, get ready, because it'll be better than you ever dreamed possible. I didn't know I'd know millionaires in my life. We all worked in the mine. We're all broke, you know, and this because this incredible opportunity, doing what's right for the consumer. And go to the next slide. Hey, I got this up in Banff. Play the hand that was dealt to you. Okay, whether it be you were uneducated, you didn't have a financial well-time growing up. I was a broke student. Go to the next slide. Like it was the one that you wanted. See, none of us wanted COVID to come around and this, that, but why don't we use this as an opportunity? Because now we've got Zoom, now we got technology, now we've been linked in across Canada, the United States today. Use it, and it's your mindset that's going to help you win. See, understand, when we started 30 years ago, it was full-time. We could have complained and said, no, we want part-time. We're not doing it till part-time. We did it anyways in one. See, at that time when we started, that's when art sold. They went from 200,000 agents down to 79,000. Probably the worst time anybody could have started, but because he has teach me, man, I was in a bubble. And he was talking about how great this is going to be. See, that's my challenge to you guys as leaders. Whether you're brand new, a district, or an RVP or an NSD, you got to sell the vision, sell the belief. Okay, we're just blessed to have incredible people in our base shop. Hi to everybody in the office. Hi to everybody across Western Canada, incredible RVPs. But you got to change your mindset on what's going on right now. We're going into the fourth, variant and lockdown again. But we got to get excited about what we can accomplish in these times, because people are getting laid off right now. People are losing business. But in Primerica, incomes are up. And when your attitude's up, when your activity's up, go to the next one. 30 years ago today, June 1992, I never would have believed that it could be this good. See, but I bought into what Art taught. Everything turns to crap the first 18 months. So when we're having false starts and buddies quitting on us and parents not listening to us and everybody saying we couldn't make it, I go, it's supposed to happen. Is that your mindset? Just keep going through and learning from it. See, adversity is an incredible teacher. It reveals how tough you are and how bad you want it, because they'll show you, and you've probably seen it before, but it's so important to me to get those people that are destined to greatness through that first year. See, go to the next slide. That first year, I worked harder than I'd ever worked in my life. Probably could have made more on unemployment, could have made more staying home and served this year than I made that first year. But see, that's when you're building. That's when your character's revealed. That's when your tenacity and your toughness shows up. And you just keep leading and serving others. The entire year made $3,000 in securities. We're so blessed now we make over $500,000. I never would have dreamed of that. I come here for $5,000 a month. To have no boss, to have freedom. You know, Randy says, talk about what you're doing in the base shop. The other day, I had everybody speak about how grateful, for what we're grateful for, what we're excited for, what we see happening in the next 5, 10 years. See, I always told Rhonda what it was going to look like 5 to 10 years from now. I'm so glad and blessed with our leadership and Glenn and Peter, the 10-year decade of dominance. Let's all run to it. Imagine your life if you stayed after this thing for the next 10 years. That you stayed focused, you kept building, and you look back 10 years from now, like I heard some of the incredible speakers this morning, and you're so dang proud of what you did versus regret what you didn't do. Go to the next page. I love visuals. There's me and Rhonda. See, I wasn't a 5-star. I was a no-star. I was broke. I had student debt collectors chase me, moved into my wife's house because I had nothing, had no belief. All I could see myself was working in the mine for 40 years. But I didn't want to work in the mine for 40 years. So I did one thing that a lot of people, I just want to try. Just, see if I can make it that first year. I heard the stats of how many businesses fail in the first year, the first 10 years. See, my dad went bankrupt the month I started here. So every year at an anniversary, I go, man, I made it another year. Let's go to that next slide. This was Yazapovic's hierarchy, his RVPs, and all of his base shop. He had an incredible base shop leading Canada, and it was just me. And I finally got 2 guys licensed. You had to be full-time, so the first guy quit. I was down to 1 license. Some of you might be feeling that. You had some teammates quit. You're wondering if you should just keep going, okay? Well, you get to decide. Go to the next slide. All of those folks decided just to take the easy way out and quit. Say it wasn't for them. Maybe why do I want to sit through a meeting for 3.5 hours? You know why? Because what Michael just talked about. Glad to see you're doing better, bud. Proud of you. God bless. Carlos Gonzalez, myself, went in the hospital for 5 days, got gallbladder taken out. She said, should we call your boss? Are you going to be okay? I said, I'm okay. I'll be okay. See, the one thing that we didn't worry about was money. See, when something happens to you or your family or a family member, are you in position to say you're okay? That's why you got to build a business. Let's go to the next one. Because the reason I could say it was okay, because we built the business, we're okay. I never, ever would have dreamed of that. But you know why I kept running? Because of what we do for the consumer is so incredible. It's so good. The purpose we have in life, teaching people how to become financially independent, and then showing our teammates how to, by helping others, they can help themselves. 30 years later, you might be thinking like I did that first day. Maybe I'm too late. Maybe I should have started when Randy started. Man, I wish I would have started 20 years ago. Well, 30 years later, what do we got going on right now? Hit the next slide. Unbelievable, uncontrollable, massive debt, layoffs, businesses going under, industry still selling crap like you can't believe, Universal Life, Whole Life. They have to. Not one company in 45 years has ever copied and duplicated what Art Williams founded, because they can't. It's unbelievable. The power of Art Williams Company and what Primerica today is the 130,000 agents becoming great leaders. People out there praying for you and I to go and talk to them, to help them in this situation right now. So what hasn't changed? Go to the next slide. Here's our job: to develop independent, competent, confident field trainers on their way to RVP. They got to, a guy or gal got to do what they're supposed to do to run their own office as a district, as a regional leader. Look after your team, encourage them, sell the vision, all that stuff. And you know what? I think 30 years later, nothing's changed. Let's go to the next 2 slides. Check out this theory of decreasing responsibility. And I'll tell you why I'm so excited about it. If we can get to the next 2 slides there. I'm waiting. One more. Because one more, that one. What's that? We've all seen that. Yeah, you replace them whole life, you replace them universal life. You know why that one means so much to me? That's my son calling me late at night. Dad, I found 2 universal life policies. How do I read through them? What do I give them? You right? 30 years from now, I'm going to be 85 years old. I might not see this client 700,000 or whatever, but my son will. 30 years ago, I didn't think we'd have 400 million under management. I was excited about my first $75 pack. But you get better. And then you find some unbelievable people on your team and they come walking in with 300,000, $500,000. Rose is going to do $1 million this month. You know, last month, the Dreesen Town went over 200,000. Rose is going to be over 200,000 this month. So excited for that. So a couple quick points before I get out of here. Number one, hard work pays off. You get out of this business what you put in. We get the next slide, please. You're on an appointment or you're booking an appointment. Nothing else matters. Today is just practice. It's what you do after this meeting. Go to the next one. You develop into a leader. How? Read books. Recruit directs like Koob talked about. Build a strong team that's committed to the same goals. Hey, get better every day by reading the book. You know, I just picked up Maxwell, Leading Through Tough Times, because we understand it. We've never had these times before, and you got to think different. I didn't buy one book. I bought 15. And to the leaders in the base, I recognize with them. Why? Because I want to get them on the same wavelength as me. It's like, let's go win anyways, regardless of the situation. Very proud of Michael. Very proud of Carlos. Regardless, he's back in the game. Some people get sick. You won't see them for 6 months. Some people's relatives get sick. I'm not saying they don't care and this and that, but you got to do what you got to do because business doesn't care. There's no emotion. Business wants results. But if you've got a team and you all got common goals, you're fighting for promotion, you're fighting for team unity, things start to happen. And go to the next one. The person, the guy or gal with the biggest team always wins. As soon as you figure that out, it is easy. Fabian's here with 700 agents. That's why he makes $1 million a year. Yas has got 900. Dennis has got 1,400. Randy's got 5,000 agents. But we all start with one. How many are you going to have licensed up in the next 12 months by the convention? Go to the next one. And understand, as great as our company, there's our structure. Go back one. As great as it is, most people don't get it. Most people quit. And some people get so distraught. Oh, my best guy quit. No, he wasn't your best guy. That's why he quit. Understand, it's just part of the game. You know, some people are going to quit. That's okay. People pay for gym memberships. Don't go. It's what are you going to do? So we just kept going. We kept being excited. You know, essential that every person requires structure. We've been taught that in high school. Then we get a job, we get told what to do. If you want to win in private market, you need structure in your business. Go to the next slide. That's our structure. Fabian asked me, what's changed in 30 years? Nothing. Everything's changed, but nothing. I still watch the Monday show. Thursday night off meeting starts at 7, ends at 8:10. Saturday training, 10 to 12. Sunday night phone blitz. Nothing's changed. Why? Because that's what Randy did, who taught Dennis, who taught Mark, and they all make $1 million. I ain't changing it. I'm following it. Okay, maybe I didn't work hard enough in it. I'll take responsibility on that. But when I choose to and put more into the system, I'll get more out. Go to the next one. Embrace partnership. That's everything. Now, if you're single, you can win. If you have a partner, talk to them about what you need and what you can do together. And then, you know, I learned this one from Art, and we had Craig Morgan do an incredible job for us one day, and he talked about craft your personal story. I love that word. It's not to talk all about yourself. It's to tell your story in a way that inspires others to try, to get over their, you know, their doubts and their lack of belief, and to give them belief that maybe I should try, because we all felt like that. And the little victories, we kept going. I got to give kudos. Go to the next slide to our incredible RVPs. I know it's been a crazy year, but I'm so dang proud of you guys. You guys are awesome. And I know we're just getting started. I know in the next 10 years, we're going to look back and go, man, we're glad we did it. We want you all to win so bad. Can't wait to see the entire team of Destiny, you know, the Gforce all sitting together at the convention. Go to the last couple of slides. Life today is better than I could ever dream. Okay. I heard, you know, Shane Perry say, it will show you dreams that you haven't even thought of. Going to Italy with the youngers, the Yazapovics, you know, buy myself a bed on the way home for something to do because I'm getting old. Go to the next slide. And we understand it's not because of us. It's because of the incredible team, the incredible mentors in the system. We're just a cog in the wheel. So in closing, go to the next slide. It's worth it, guys. I believe it's 1,000 times better than you ever dreamed. I go for it with all the zest, all the vigor. Set your distractions aside, set your excuses aside, become a leader and get going. And go to the last slide, because one day your reality, which will be better than you ever dreamed. So proud to be your teammate. So blessed to be part of the Gforce, Team of Destiny, Fanatics. I just love you all. Take care. We'll see you in Atlanta.
Okay, y'all are all just hitting the home run,
Marcy,
man.
That's the best I've heard.
I know.
Graham. He's
Bob,
awesome.
and I'm going to make a couple comments. Bob, it was just so great.
Yeah.
We just love to hear everything. And y'all, they've had a tough time in Canada. We in the lower part of the North American continent don't understand how tough it's been up there. And y'all are just doing amazing things. So good to see Fabian and Nicole. Give them a big hug for us. When they popped on, I was like, oh my goodness, you know. So it was just so great. Give them a big hug from us. We love them. I tell you, it was just great. Bob, your whole theme was amazing, and you just kept reinforcing what Chris talked about, how Primerica broke the code, really. And then Stephen, you just did such a great job of showing people how what this great business does for how you can impact so many people outside of the business. And it was just such a great job. And Michael, your emotion, I've never heard you as good as you were today. And I know what you've been through the last month is what was the key. But talking about your legacy and all that, it was just phenomenal. I'm just so proud of all of our speakers today. Been incredible.
Whew, I tell you, yeah. Well, man, we're gonna bring it home here, and I think nothing's changed, right? I mean, with Yaz and all that kind of fun stuff. Good. So we do have something to say. So Yaz just called in. Mark called in. He will not be able to speak today. He's there, you know, with his team and everything else, but had a medical emergency with one of his teammates there in the office, rushing him to the hospital. So just be praying over that situation.
That's really all we know right now.
Yeah, that's all we know right now. Mark hates that, but he's got to do what's the right thing to do. But in the meantime, we keep trucking. So we are about to go, you know, into our top 25 on total cash flow. Listen to me.
Where the rubber hits the road.
Yeah. So we're going to wind up. Dennis Viant's going to be speaking. I want him to go ahead and take the time he needs to bring the message home. I got some things too that I want to close with, Gforce. And so you do not want to miss it. And not to forget, the very end, we got
attendance trophy.
The attendance trophy to award to two people, okay? So before we get into that.
And it was a close competition.
I'll just tell you right now, Mars, the difference between number 1 and number 2 in the United States was one registration. The difference between number 1 and 2 in Canada, one person registered. So it was something else. But let's go ahead and let's recognize at the end of the day, you know, it's all about cash flow. You know, I love the fact that if you really understand what we're all about, Marcy, we're a company that sets people free. We set people free. And we set people free by making them financially free and give them the freedom of time, you know, to really enjoy life like you've heard so many of our people do. That's really the dream. The dream rests in that word freedom. And that's what we do. We set families free financially. We do it by showing them how to protect their income the right way through pure term insurance. We teach them how to save and invest for retirement income by systematically investing in mutual funds so they can retire in dignity too. We teach them how to get set free by making extra income into the family. That's what Chris was talking about, folks. I mean, we're the only company that'll teach people how to do that too. We teach how to bring more income to the family, and then we teach them how to make serious career income and own it. Own the income stream for them and their families. And that's what these people are all about right now, okay? And remember, Marcy, right, when we hear the incomes that these people are making, the businesses that they own that throws off that cash flow is worth a lot more, okay? Right. So their net worth, absolutely unbelievable what these people represent. We thank you in advance for leading the way and showing people that it's worth it. And so, folks, let's see what we got going in our future RVP category. Remember, when we're looking at this too, a lot of these people, we might reel off some numbers here, but a lot of these people, this is part-time cash flow, right? Part-time. And this is what they've earned for the last 4 months. So, Marcy, take it away, future RVP.
Some of them look like they might want to be going full-time pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks like
this.
it.
So let's start with number 25, future RVP cash flow, Jasmine Jeffries. Number 24, Tara and Michael Lamoth. Number 23, Dean Peruzzi and Kathy Tang. Number 22, Paul Heckman. Number 21, Graham and June Johnson. Number 20, Dennis and Gail Grant. Number 19, Antonina and Miran Kim. Number 18, Lisa Roush. Number 17, Samuel and Cassie Davis. Number 16, Cecilia and Joe Goodland. Number 15, Mary Lynn Durajan and Peter Mingade. I'm not sure on that one, but that's as close as I can get. Number 14.
I think that was
pretty good, honey.
Pretty good. I think it was a B+.
Okay, well, we'll find out later when they call us and tell us how bad it was. Number 14, Debbie Stuparek. Number 13, Zach and Megan Levy. Number 12, Cecilia and Edward Arredondo. Number 11, Puspa and Scott Todd.
Okay, good.
Your turn, honey.
Okay, I read. Okay, good. Top 10 here. Here we go. Again, man, these are not RVPs, right? These are people in RVP's base shops. Here we go. Number 10, out of the Stark base shop, Bart and Aaron Vanucci. Number 9, out of the Bentic base shop, made over $21,000 last 4 months, Manuel and Stephanie Noel. Number 8, out of the Graham base shop, over $23,000 in cash flow over the last 4 months, Alan and Dawn Aykroyd. Number 7, out of the Wilkins base shop, over $25,000 in cash flow, Dave and Monique Augerman. Out of the Graham base shop with over $28,000 cash flow, number 6 is Mike and Shelly Davidson. Or Shell, I don't know. Who knows? Okay. Number 5, out of the Sue Rogan base shop with over $33,000 in cash flow, Helen and Kevin Main. Number 5. Number 4, out of the EPJ Morgan base shop, over $34,000 in cash flow, Joe and Christine Rojas. Number 3, out of the Mark Penny base shop, over $37,000 in cash flow. Oh man, number 3 is Katie Pegg and Mike Wood. And then number 2, out of the Elizabeth Guido base shop with over close to $42,000 in cash flow, Greg Guido. And there's only one number 1. He's a Canadian. Out of the Wilkins base shop, listen to this, over the last 4 months, $59,886 in cash flow.
That's when it's easy to go full time.
Unreal. Number 1 is Mike and Joanne Zoli. Woo! All right, man, let's graduate to the major leagues, Mars. Here we go.
Remember, RVPs and up now.
Remember now, again, all you first-timers that are on listening to these numbers, again, this only represents 4 months, okay? So, Mars, take it away.
So we're starting out with number 25, Corey and Lucy Schmidt. Number 24, Freddie and Callie Trotmiller.
Go ahead and tell the numbers.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Now we're already. So the Schmidts were at 96.5, and Freddie and Callie are at almost 98, a hair away from 98. Now we hit over 100,000
in 4 months.
In 4 months. So we're starting with Reggie and Trish Patrick at 100,500. Number 22, SVP Clive and Debbie Wilkins at about 105. Then next at 21, we have Hugo and Maria Sanchez at 115. Then we have number 20, Daryl and Laura Stephenson at a little over 115. And number 19, SVP Mario and Taz Hosa at 116 almost. Number 18, Great NSD Randy and Jan Norman at almost 125. Number 17, SVP Angie and Henry Guerra at 125 plus. Number 16, that great SVP couple you got to hear from Nelly earlier, Pete and Nelly Tarena with 131.5. Number 15, the great Roy and Jan Kern at 135 plus. Number 14, the great RVP Brad and Megan Stokey at almost 139. Number 13, the great RVPs Majid and Nada Dable from Toronto area, 147 plus. Number 12, the great RVP Johnny and Nicole Birchfield, over 150. And number 11, we got NSD Daryl and Tony Terry at almost over 158. So
unbelievable. So folks, listen, last 4 months, that's the last 120 days, right? We're talking about here. So here's our top 10 finishers in Gforce International in cash flow. Number 10, Regional Vice President, was paid $159,000 last 4 months, Michael and Marnie Langrell. Number 9, paid $162,000 last 4 months, Stephen and Lana Newton. Number 8, with $197,000 in cash flow last 4 months, Mike and Sonia Gatto. Number 7, with $212,000 in the last 4 months, Craig and Gina Morgan. Number 6, $215,000 in cash last 4 months, Leviana Spillane. And then number 5, with $227,000 in cash flow the last 4 months, David Lipset. Number 4, with $244,000 in cash flow last 4 months, Bob and Rhonda Graham. Just heard from him. That's why he's so intense and excited, folks, right? Number 3, with $246,000 in cash flow over the last 4 months. Number 3, Kim and Rhonda Carver. And then number 2, $261,000 in cash over the last 4 months, Senior Vice President Vish and Kelly Persad. And then, Mars, there's only
number one.
Man, the number 1 earner literally spent the last few weeks in a hospital, fighting COVID. He is home today, and we celebrate him and his victory in so many ways with $324,000 in cash for the last 4 months. Senior National Sales Director Carlos Gonzalez and Kayla Gonzalez. All right. We're going. This is good. It's live. Dennis, you got the word, Dennis? Okay, good. I love it. Wow. Okay. So this
is right.
Wow.
We got him back.
I'm sure Dennis will have something to say about this too. So introduce him nicely after your talk, Mark. But anyway, let me get my notes on Yasman now. I was about to introduce Dennis, but where is my?
We're glad to see
you,
Mark.
But with Mark, I don't need to go through a lot of numbers. Mark, we did tell the teammates out there in Gforce International what was going on. So glad that you're back, though. I'm sure you'll give us a quick update. So listen, folks, we got Mark and we got Dennis closing this out. We're going to close with our attendance award. I got a few things I want to say, too, folks. What a great day this has been, man. I mean, it's just amazing. Just the way that the Lord's just kind of orchestrated this whole thing. I couldn't be more proud of all of our speakers. Mm-hmm. And now to end with 2 of my favorite leaders in all of Primerica, what a privilege, you know. Yes. And Mark, it's good to see you back. So with that, we couldn't ask for better closing speakers than Mark and Dennis. Mark, of course, introduce Mark every time. I just tell him, I think this dude's won so many company MVP awards, it's ridiculous. The thing that I'm so excited about, though, Marcy, about what happened with Mark and Sandy, of course, is their qualification, qualification period for the Circle of Champions.
Got the ring.
And folks, he was whining about it. Our last seminar, our last webinar we did in May, he was kind of whining about it. And I think he qualified literally the next month, I think, he'll tell us, and didn't even realize it. That's what I love about it, and so what a team he runs. Total cash, his cash flow last 12 months, I think over 1.3 million, maybe 1.4 now. I lose track, it happens so fast. But his career earnings, listen to this, Mark's career earnings, $29,800,000. I mean, you'll probably, be close to $30 million by the convention time. I am so proud of this guy. He's going to be introducing his upline, the dude that recruited and trained him to, right after he's done. Dennis Viant, career cash, close to $29 million also, folks. There's not another place on the planet in Primerica that has these kind of leaders on it. Right. So, Mark Yazapovic, I love you. Take it away. It's all yours.
Hey, love you too. Thanks, Randy. Hey, everybody. Hey, just to give thanks, Randy and Marcy, and Dennis, sorry for jumping in and out on you like that, buddy. Appreciate you. Want to just update everyone real quick. New RVP, Charles Entumo, just had a heart attack in our office. Our team is just amazing here. I want to thank Jake and Patrick who jumped in. We're doing compression on him immediately. Mary Sutton, the former registered nurse, was in there doing what she does, and he wasn't breathing. His eyes wasn't open, and his eyes are open. He was breathing again, thanks to the work of this team. We're praying in groups and in circles all around. And praise God that he came to. They just took him away. The paramedics just took him away. He's on the hospital, and Dennis Grant is driving Barbara, his wife, there right now so that I could stay and do this. But I just want to tell the team over there in the other room, God bless you guys. You're an incredible team. Thank God that happened here and not alone in his house today. And so I just want to thank all you guys for your patience in us jumping around. I'm glad I got a chance to speak. I have all this energy from all this emotion going through us from what we just experienced. When you see a teammate down like that, it's pretty scary. Someone you love as well. So I was thinking maybe I shouldn't talk, and I was going to sit in the room with the team and let Dennis take my spot. And I thought, crap, I got to get rid of this energy and emotion right now. So what a better way than to do it than speak to a Primerica group, right? So I want to just thank the speakers that all did fantastic today. I want to congratulate everybody that got recognized. That is such great news about Michael and Carlos getting out of the hospital. That's 3 of us boys. I was in hospital March 2020. So here's to antibodies. We battled through it. So great to see you guys are okay. Marcy and Randy, thank you so much for doing these for us. These are just great things. It's been an incredible day. I want everyone to know that my upline's hierarchy and our hierarchy are having a lot of fun right now, okay? 3 RVPs have come out of our base shop so far this year. There's another RVP coming out in the total hierarchy at the end of this month. My upline, Dennis Vine, will be promoting his son and daughter-in-law, Trey and Marissa. They've already qualified, which is really exciting. Second generation now, right? Family generational team. Trey's just fighting now for bragging rights on the computer. It's already done, but he's got 6 days, 7 nights, 6 nights, 7 days to go, right, Trey? Because there's only one time you can ever talk about that's how you went to RVP, right, Trey? So you want to make sure that number is as big as possible, right, Trey? So I know it's going to be, you won't be sleeping the next 6 days and 6 nights and 7 days. Very proud of you, Trey and Marissa. And in addition to that, we've got another RVP coming out of our base shop. That'll be the 4th for this year right now. We have a journeyman couple in Richard and Laura Colenso that will be RVP at the end of this month. We are so damn excited for those guys. Folks, they're only $1,200 of premium away. I got to pause. The team's going nuts over there. Richard and Laura, what a story you have of sticking with it persistently, staying with the company, never quitting, and then getting on fire and making things happen. What a great testimony to anyone who decides to get on fire and how things can happen. They're only $1,200 of premium away, Randy, from not only getting their RVP promotion, but to also qualify for the Primerica stock. And so we're very, very excited about that. And I also want to challenge the Grant team and the Porcelli teams. It's not over for you guys yet. There are 6 nights and 7 days to go. So you guys I want to see those teams rally together now like never before. Hey, guys, it seems like yesterday that Sandy and I were getting started. It was 33 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. We're excited and unsure of ourselves. Lots of great successes, lots of disappointments along the way. But when you stay on this thing, it's just it's incredible. This really is the greatest opportunity in the world for people like you and me that come from where you and I come from. And I just don't know of another place that can produce this kind of a story. You know, I was looking at some of the numbers this morning of our hierarchy. We're just 20 million shy of 1 billion of assets under management. That's mind-boggling to me. I remember like it was yesterday, my first security sale. It took 2 hours. They slid the check, the investment check they were going to be doing across the table. I remember getting the check and thinking to myself, oh my God, this is like, this is freaking me out. I can't believe this. What am I going to do? What if the market drops? What if all this crap happens? They're going to be mad at me. That was a $50 PAC check they slid me. Right? I mean, that's how I felt at the beginning. And then it leads to $1 billion. You got to be kidding me. We have 12 billion of life insurance in force right now as a team. $150 million has been paid, sadly, in death claims. But if we weren't there, nothing would have been paid, or very little would have been paid. And I remember my first life sale took 5 hours. The clients called Sandy and said, he's still here. Can he stay for dinner? I had to call Dennis like 6 times during the sale to make sure I was doing stuff right. I didn't know what the crap I was doing, but I knew what we were doing was right, and I wanted to be somebody like you all do. And today, these numbers I just shared with you represent lots of people winning. We have a great team, but at the beginning, it's all about you. And your success and your activity and your freedom all hinges, in my opinion, on one thing. Are you recruiting? You heard Chris Coop talk about that today. All good things come from recruiting. You've heard Randy Godfrey say that. You've heard Dennis Vian say that. You've heard all the leaders in his hierarchy have all said that. A lot of people said that today besides Chris. Hey, look, recruiting is the only way to RVP, in case you haven't noticed, okay? And recruiting is the best way to find clients. Now, we all know this, but when things slow down, we stop recruiting. We go into survival mode. We chase sales. That's a very common thing. It's natural. We don't even realize it's happening, but our conversations move more to concepts and client development. When we're on the phone, we start setting appointments to help people with their finances. When we do op nights, most slides are geared towards the concept, and we can't keep adding more and more of them, and we don't even realize it. For too long, our op night is so heavily geared towards concept, there's no time for the opportunity or selling the dream. And we wonder why nobody's joining the business, because their head's all full of too many numbers and work to do. Saturday training, same thing. We start training on the product because our guys don't have a good skill level. So we better start training on the product, okay? And our kitchen table, which we call the BOP, concepts, more concepts, too much time on the concepts. Did you recruit? Oh, I ran out of time. See, I want to challenge you all today. If your recruiting is not there or slowed down, take a look at your stuff. Take a look at your stuff, your scripts, your BOP, your kitchen table, your op night, your Saturday. And I'll bet you spend a lot more time on the concept side than talking about this incredible opportunity. And that's why you and your people are not recruiting. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. How the crap does he know that? That's exactly what I've been doing. Well, because I did it. I did it so many times because that's the natural progression. You know what's crazy? We stop recruiting because we panic, because we have to make money. So we go chase sales. But what we don't realize is recruiting gets us to clients and making money faster than chasing clients and making money does. We keep forgetting this. Look, when you have a recruiting slump, there are a few things you need to do. 2 quick things. Number 1, recruiting is a direct reflection of how you feel. Recruiting is a direct reflection of how you feel. So I'm going to ask you to ask yourself, how do you feel about your opportunity? How do you feel? Are you on fire about it? Do you believe this is the place where you can change your life if you do the work? Or are you of the mindset that, my job's pretty good and I don't really need this? Or my business is pretty good. Primerica is just a side thing. That's okay if you feel that way. Just don't get upset if you're not recruiting, because that's why you're not recruiting. Do you believe this opportunity can change other people's lives that you're talking to? When you present to them, are you on a mission to get them so fired up about their future that they're hanging from the light fixture in their home? See, you got to plan that. And that's got to come from your gut. See, if you don't feel that way about your opportunity, that's why you're not recruiting. Your excitement about your opportunity has got to ooze out of you. You're just looking for people who want to do the work required to get free with you. And you get fired up about that, and you have no challenge plowing through all the flakes that don't want to do the work to get free, even though they all say that they want to do. Folks, we were taught two very simple things by Dennis and Sean when it came to recruiting. He always simplified stuff for us. A, he said, we got to be excited about our opportunity. There's only two things required of you in Primerica. A, get excited about your opportunity. B, cause other people to feel the same way. That's it. Every time I fell down, which was 1,000,000 times, and I started thinking I got to sell the crusade more, which I'm not saying we don't ever talk about the concept. I'm just saying lighten the load a little bit. Our concepts are incredible, but what about the dream? What about changed lives? What about freedom, right? What about firing your boss? What about options? What about naming this day your own day, and this week, and this month, and this year, and this lifetime going forward once you've built the team? Folks, please stay on the message. What's the message? We're a company that's expanding. We're excited about our future. You're excited about your future. And the company is looking for good people to help us expand. Don't ever get off that message. And you will find people flowing to you, because people need hope now more than ever. Jobs are getting worse and worse. And all the craziness that's going out on the world.
All right. I think we lost. Did we lose Mark? Okay. Do you think it came from him? Do you think we need to wait? Okay, he's frozen on his end. Okay, somebody might tell him. I don't know if he could do that. Dennis, this is going to be. I mean, Dennis is probably shaking his head too. But I think we lost. Mark's connection out there. I'm going to keep on talking unless we can get him back. You don't think we can get him back unless he does something, huh? Okay. Well, that's good. You know what? I'm glad we got him for the few minutes we got him, though, right, Dennis? I guess we're ready to go. Let's see what we got going here. But I think we've definitely lost Mark out there. You know, I don't know, you guys. I mean, Dennis, you'd think the guy making the money he's got will get a good connection out there, you know. But anyway, I think we're good. We'll probably go with Dennis. We're going to roll with Dennis. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go with Dennis then. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Mark, if you can come back later, we might.
I got it. I'm going to put you on speaker.
Yeah. We're good. Okay, can I go with Dennis now? All right, team, let's go. We're rocking. Okay, Dennis, let's go. We didn't get where we are today by not being nimble, you know, and and light on our feet. So let's rock. Again, thank you, Mark. At least we got a little bit from you. If you want to close later on, if your connection, we could do that. But I'm rocking with Dennis. So here we go. First of all, thank you so much, Mark. I'm glad everything's great. You know, that's a great point. We're just shaking our heads going, man, I am glad that you gathered together in your office today, because if Charles is out there by himself, that wouldn't have been a good situation at all. And a matter of fact, oh, Mark, what's Mark do? Okay.
Godfrey, stop talking.
Go ahead. What's he doing?
Go, Mark, go.
Hey, so my computer died. It wasn't plugged in. This is just a perfect day.
How do you make the money you make, Yaz? Go ahead.
I have no idea. I just wanted to wrap by saying that the last point I was going to say, number one is, you know, you got that. Number two towards recruiting. Teach concepts after they're interested. Get into the details with them then. But interest people with a dream life of freedom. So please look at your stuff after this call today. Lighten the load. Sell the dream while your muffler is dragging. Learn to do that. We all do it. That's how winning is done. So with that, I'm going to introduce my coach, Dennis Bryant. He's been my foxhole buddy for 33 years. He and Sean changed our life. They were always there, always kicking us in the butt and steering us in the early days and always pouring belief into us. And the best part of all to me, he's a master at always keeping things simple. And still today, he comes up with incredible ideas to move our business. And if you're new, I just want to prepare you. He's a strange animal, okay? So you got to get a little bit ready here today. But you know what he's got? He's got a heart of gold. He's got a passion for winning. And I just love this guy more than I could tell you for what he's done for our family, our team, and that fact that he's still in the game, producing new RVPs and just on it like crazy. Dennis, take it away, buddy. Randy, thanks for having me.
Okay. Mark, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Randy, are you good? Can I go? You want to, Randy? Okay. Okay. We're good to go, guys. You can tell this is live. It's fantastic, right? And I just want to thank everybody for, for today, and just a lot of things, a lot of emotions going on here today, right? And first, I just want to, just everybody, and I know Mark did and shared with Charles, right? Please pray on his behalf. Charles is just an incredible, incredible person, just full of life and enthusiasm. And, I got the call, from Mark, okay, about what was going on. I'm so proud of the teammates there that they're gathered in Scottsdale, and that jumped in and helped with that and everything from that standpoint. And emotion wise, it just brought back memories of with Sean passing, because she wasn't able to have someone there at her side. And so there's just a lot of emotions that stepped in at that moment. That's for darn sure. But I'm just gonna do my very right. I'm focused. I'm on, and I just, for Mark to be able to get on and share the message that he shared was just absolutely amazing. Okay, that takes so much focus. Okay, to be able to do that and believe in what you're doing. And Mark, I'm so proud of you. Mark and Sandy, I'm so proud of you guys becoming Circle of Champions. And that is a team award, as an entire team to step up and make that happen, which is just absolutely amazing. And Bob, you crushed it today. I mean, you crushed it big time today, right? Like you always do, my friend, right? And just hearing from everybody today. It's an incredible day. Okay, I know Randy's got a message he's going to share with us when I'm done here in a little bit, right? But it's been absolutely fantastic, and I just want to congratulate everybody that's been recognized today, and all of you that haven't been recognized today. I want to congratulate you for being on it and being excited for your teammates. And then make sure, okay, whatever the next recognition is, whether it's in your office, whatever the event is, that you're getting recognized. That's absolutely critical for your growth with your opportunity, right? And I just want to thank all the folks and teammates that shared today. Okay, you guys did a phenomenal job, right? And Michael, I tell you what, I know. I don't really know you, but I know I heard you speak before, which you did a fabulous job before, but I also heard you speak today, and you spoke differently. Not that you weren't determined the last time, but you're a determined man, because I know that that ownership is where it's at. And I know you're going to go get that right directly. Okay. And, a big thank you to Randy and Marcy on you guys putting this together, right? And, our opportunity has never been more important. Okay. The leadership that we bring, our entrepreneurial system, you've heard from Chris earlier today and all the other speakers, and they've done a phenomenal job in sharing, right? The products that we market, the solutions that we provide, okay, literally from the cradle to the grave. and everything in between. We've read about the great resignation. Okay, right? What are you doing about it? What have you got going on with your Primerica opportunity, right? You know, I know some of you guys have heard me speak before, right? And I talk about what I refer to as 4 milestones. I just want to thank everybody that's a part of the Team of Destiny and how you guys, right, when we, you know, when it came to the very last category, there's a lot of you folks that got recognized on the Team of Destiny, okay? And I'm very proud of everybody got recognized, right, in a big way, because the number one thing is to always make money. Number one is to always make money, okay? What I believe is the right, and however you need to make money, okay, that's what you need to do, which I think is fantastic. What I believe is the best way, okay, to be able to make money is to be able to recruit, develop leaders, field train, right? And that's where I came up with 4 milestones. I know we have positions in Primerica, district division, regional leader, regional vice president, right? Right? And those are all incredible. But what I really focus on is 4 milestones, okay? And they're very simple and very clear. And every one of you is in one of these 4 places. So wherever you are, okay, listen up and go to the next step. For those of you that are getting started, congratulations. I'm so proud of you. I'm so excited you've gotten started with what I know is the greatest opportunity in the world. So number 1, congratulations for getting started. Your next step is to become a field trainer, okay? Whatever is required of you through your vice president for you to go become a field trainer. That's your next step. Now, I know there may be another position, but I'm talking about a milestone. Your next milestone is to be a field trainer, because when you become a field trainer, okay, right, then you can field train everybody on your team downline that doesn't report to a field trainer. Okay, right? So you can load up your schedule for the benefit of helping them build their team, not to fill your schedule for you to fill your schedule on their behalf to build their team. That's what a field trainer does. Okay, it's help builds other teammates' teams. Okay, so if you are a field trainer, then you hold in your hand, and it doesn't matter. You could be a district, a division, an RL, an RVP, SVP, NSD, SNSD, right? If you're a field trainer, then you're in control, okay? You're in control of your destiny, of how fast you want to get to the next level. And let me help all of you that are not RVPs. If you're a field trainer, it's just a matter of width and depth, getting in people's hot markets to build their teams for them. Please listen to what I said. Build their teams for them. Okay, right? You build their teams for them. You get in their hot markets. You go right. You go wide and you go deep. You go at least 4 deep. You tap root. Okay, right? And then you're going to find players from there. And your business is going to absolutely explode. So your next step, no matter where you are as a field trainer, milestone is RVP. Your next step is RVP, okay? And you see, one of the things that with this incredible company, okay, and you heard Chris Coop talk about it, is what? Ownership, okay? And I refer to it as full ownership. And there's only 2 things that are required to be a full owner in Primerica. Number 1 is be an RVP, and number 2 is make $300,000 a year. Okay, that's it. When you do that, you're a full owner, okay? And it's all about becoming a full owner, right? And I just want to congratulate the newest full owners on the Team of Destiny, right? Mitch and Nada Dabla, right? So proud of you, Mitch, right? You own your Primerica opportunity. You have changed your family tree for generations, right? Because it makes all the difference in the world. So understand, okay, right? At one time in Primerica, the view was become an RVP, which is fabulous. It's incredible being an RVP. That's being on third base, okay? Finishing the job. Every one of you RVPs that's not a full owner, it's time to finish the job. And finishing the job means go make over $300,000 a year, then you own your business. You either own it or you don't own it. There's no in between. And it's all about ownership. So when we recruit, when we team build, we get people started in business, do you know what I talk about? I talk about being a full owner. I talk about the two requirements. One is be a regional vice president, and number two is be a full owner. Okay, right? It's to make 300,000, excuse me, right? And when we talk about that, right, anybody wants to make 300,000, there's going to be challenges that's going to come along the way. We would expect that, embrace that, be excited about that. Okay, that's exciting. So understand, right? And all of you that are full owners, congratulations for being a full owner. That's absolutely awesome. Here's what you do. Develop other full owners. My entire focus, okay, is to develop other full owners. That's all I think about. That's all I want to do is develop other full owners. Let me tell you how I develop other full owners. I get people started, right? They become field trainers, they become RVPs, and they become full owners. It's that simple. That's the cycle. Every one of you is somewhere on there. If you've just gotten started, it's field trainer. If you're a field trainer, it's an RVP. If you're an RVP, it's full owner. And if you're a full owner, it's develop other full owners. How do you do that? Right? You do that by getting people started, become a field trainer, become an RVP, become a full owner. Some of you guys are saying, I heard that talk before. Guess what? Art Williams had one talk. It was 8 hours long. Okay. I got one talk. It's 15 minutes long. Okay. That's how powerful it is. Right. And I want to challenge, and this is just a very small sample size. I want to challenge, right? Then Richard and Laura, you're getting it done. You're right there. Dennis and Gail, Jill and Matt, let's go get that done this month. Okay, right? And there's so many other teammates that are right there. Okay, right? Cecilia and Joe, right? Tara and Nick, Tara and Sandy, Tara and Michelle, right? You don't have to be a Tara, by the way. Okay, Manny and Stephanie, Ellen and Dawn, Jafet and Yosemite, right? Puspa and Scott, Mirza and Annalise, Graham and June, Lance and Kathleen, Jasmine, Carol and Paul, Mike and Shell, Sue and Kevin, okay? Every one of you, and every one of you that's a field trainer, you know exactly what you need to do to go become an RVP. Exactly what Michael said. You want to be an RVP before the convention? Then go be an RVP before the convention. You're in control. You're in the driver's seat in a big way. And I just want to take a short minute here, right? Okay, I want to brag on Trey and Marissa. I am so proud of Trey and Marissa, right? I'm so proud of both of them and what they've done. They've taken our business, okay? They've done all the heavy lifting, and they've taken our business from the Flintstones to the Jetsons, right? Okay, and I think all of you guys can see that, right? Because we are now the Jetsons, okay, right? Because all of you watched cartoons as kids, right? Some of you may not ever heard of the Flintstones or Jetsons. That's okay, right? But our business was in the Flintstones era, and then Trey and Marissa have moved it to the Jetsons era. They've done all the heavy lifting, okay? Trey's honored his mom, okay? Big time, right? November 28th, okay? It'll be 5 years, okay, that my lovely bride would have passed. 5 years Sean Marie's passed, okay, right? And we are only on here for a flicker, okay? And you do make a difference, and right, and create a legacy. And that's what Trey and Marissa are doing for our family business. They're my partners in business, and they're running their own business, okay? They haven't been given anything. They've been doing everything, okay, in a huge way, right? And I'm so proud of them, right? In September of last year, that Trey got started and Marissa got started, right? Got started second career, part-time, 9 months part-time, 5 years in corporate to honor his mom she wanted him to be involved, okay, to right in corporate so he could understand that part. And she said 3 to 5 years, he did what was asked 5 years. When he left corporate, he left $200,000 a year. Not that he left $200,000, he was going to what? Full ownership. That's their focus, is full ownership. They're running hard through RVP to become full owners. That's where they're going, right? Okay, right? And that's so exciting. I'm so proud of what they have done. And as Mark already said, right? They've already hit the numbers. So, hey, that was a one-on-one with thousands of people. Trey and Marissa, you guys were challenged, okay, by Mark, right? To go get it up this last 6 days. I believe they're going to do about 25,000 this month in their base shop, okay, right? Going out in the month of September, okay, right? Which is so exciting, so fired up for them. And I share that with you from a standpoint, teammates, right? About walking across the stage in Atlanta. Everybody becomes an RVP. You walk across the stage in Atlanta. Everybody that goes gets their ring. You walk across the stage in Atlanta. Go get another diamond. You walk across the stage in Atlanta, right? Go be an SVP, an NSD, an SNSD. You walk across the stage. Go be a full owner. You walk across the stage, okay, right? And full ownership is the greatest position in business in the world, not in Primerica. A full owner in Primerica is the greatest position, not just from the position, but what we do to serve families and what, right, 10 times on the low side is what your business is worth. That's crazy, okay, right? And that's an income producing asset, okay, right? Let that resonate with you, okay, right? Trey's smiling ear to ear. That's his favorite word, right? Gforce, look, Gforce, we are getting together. We're going to have a team night together, right? Okay, it's going to be absolutely amazing. That opening night is going to be 4,000 strong, right, in our Orange Crush jerseys, right, in the Mercedes Dome, right? The loudest and proudest all together, getting after it. That's going to be incredible. At our Gforce breakout, it's going to be mind-boggling. You want to be walking across that stage, the big stage, you will be walking across the Gforce stage, right? Okay, right? And man, I love it because every sports team's got 2 jerseys. And you can see I've got the black one on today, man, right? As you can see, the very fashionable black jersey because we're going to have a blackout, okay, with the Gforce, right? So teammates, okay, it's all about you getting after it. It's all about you, right? Getting started, become a field trainer, become an RVP, and taking it home with full ownership, right? Because this is a leadership-driven company. Always has been, always will be. And let me hand it back to our leader, which we're so grateful for. And we on the team, on the Gforce team, we are looking for leaders, and we found one with Randy Godfrey. Back to you, Randy.
I get every time we do this, I'm exposed to our people. I'm exposed to the leadership that God's graced us with. It's a very emotional thing for me. Dennis, thank you so much for what you just had to say. I've told this to everybody over and over and over again, but I believe crossing over 300,000, establishing ownership is the single most significant accomplishment you have in Primerica. And then every diamond above that just grows that significance more and more. So Dennis, thank you for what your message is. Simple but powerful. Trey and Marissa, I am so proud of you. You bring it on home. You finish strong this month, and you let this month be your template. You let this month be your personal story so you can expect that same thing from every person you promote out of your base shop from here on out. And boy, I can't wait to see y'all too, probably in a little over a month from now. So it's going to be exciting. Man, what an incredible day. I don't have the words, sufficient words to explain to you how I'm feeling right now. I just got a couple things I want to talk to you about. Marcy, you might be working your way up here so we can end with our attendance awards. But folks, I want, first of all of you, we've been getting, pictures posted from offices all over North America, but make sure you take a little video, take a picture of your office team there gathered together, post it on Gforce Telegram. And folks, this is just, we're going to close out this year, last quarter this year, so strong. It's absolutely going to be incredible. We're building a hybrid system. Yeah, we're reaching out Zoom, but we're coming together again live because nothing replaces getting people together in a room. You can't feel it like you feel it in a room with everybody else. So we're going to be using technology like we're using today to reach out, but we're going to be coming together too. And then, like Dennis told you, we are going to display the Gforce movement at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium unlike we have ever displayed it before. And the reason why we're doing it is not just to stick out our chest and say, look at us. We're doing it because we want the people on our team to know what they're a part of. We want every new people we recruit and get licensed between now and then, and we celebrate having 150,000 licensed people in this company. We want them to know that they're a part of a winning team, a part of a team of leaders that knows how to recruit and field train and develop them so they can have careers of a lifetime. And so, folks, there's a couple things I just want to close with, okay? You know, I was thinking about what's going on in this country, and I'm just thinking about my life too. You know, I've been a part of this now for, I think it's been 42 years, and it's just absolutely amazing ride. I tell you that all the time, the longer I've been with Primerica, the more I fall in love with it. Because you see, all of those hopes and dreams that I had early on have been exceeded. They've been far surpassed. I mean, I never thought it would be this good. And I'm able to be relevant still. I'm able to leave a legacy for my family, a legacy of leadership through our leaders too. And folks, there's just nothing like the absolute rewards you get. It goes far past just the cash flow. And so, yes, we're involved in a movement here that exists to set families free. And that's what we're all about. That's why we need to recruit more people, have more appointments. There's only one way we're going to grow and hit our licensing expectation that Glenn has. You need to dramatically increase your appointments. You need to dramatically increase your recruiting. And then we dramatically increase our licensing. And you pay attention to that, give focus on that. But I was just thinking about life and my life. And you know, I was that close away from living a typical life. I mean, I had a typical life growing up. I had a typical education. I went in and did something a little bit more than typical and got a master's in business. And I was all set up to live a typical life, you know, and be like everybody else until I ran into something that took me from living something typically to extraordinarily. And there's such a big difference between doing something typically, but then living and experiencing something that's extraordinary. You know, Art Williams always says that, call me anything but average and ordinary. You can call me anything you want, but don't you ever call me average and ordinary. I'm convinced beyond anything else that there's so many people out there that feel that same way. And that's why we need to give everybody a shot. Does that mean everybody's going to do it? No. But we owe it to give the world a shot at what you and I are enjoying right now. We owe it because there's a lot of people out there, they feel that same thing. There's a lot of people, they don't want to live a typical life. I mean, you look at the typical week out there, right? I mean, this is what people are facing. I mean, you know what a typical week looks like to the typical person out there that's earning a typical wage? They start thinking about their work week on Sunday night. On Sunday night. You know, they just finished their weekend, everything's going great, you know, and then all of a sudden had a great peaceful, you know, Sunday, and then all of a sudden they have dinner and all that stuff, and they start watching TV and they start thinking, oh crap, I got to wake up and go to work again. I got to go to that job again. I got to wake up early again. I got to go through the same stuff I went through last week, and it doesn't ever change. And so it's just like this feeling, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. It starts at the pit of your stomach. It slowly just rises up, and you just get depressed just thinking about the next morning. And then the next morning, Monday morning. Comes Monday morning, right? Monday morning, they tell me that there are more people that call in sick on Monday morning than any other morning of the week. They're not going to call in sick on Friday, right? I mean, they're going to call in sick on Monday. There's more people that get fired on Monday than any other day of the week. Now, why is that? Because their boss doesn't like to be there on Monday either, and he's crankier than ever, okay? Hey, listen, More people die on Monday than any other day of the week. They're not going to die on the weekends. They got the weekend to look forward to. They die on Monday morning. Traffic's always the worst on Monday morning. The weather's always the worst. It's always the darkest on Monday morning. And then they get into their routine, right? And they go through Monday and Tuesday, and then comes Wednesday, right? And then they're kind of a little hopeful because Wednesday's like halfway through the week, right? They always call Wednesday Hump Day. What a great name, Hump Day, right? What does that mean? That means I'm over the hump. I'm halfway through the week. It's nothing but downhill from here, right? And then comes Friday. Friday at 4:30. I mean, all through the week, they've been griping and moaning and groaning, but always Friday, the countenance in the office has changed, lightened up a little bit. And all of a sudden, it goes from knocking their boss and knocking their work and griping and grumbling about how their paycheck's not enough to, what are you doing this weekend? Where are you going tonight? Where are y'all doing over the weekend? What's happening, And they're all excited about 5 o'clock because 5 o'clock is where the bell rings and they get to escape. And you know what it's like, right? I mean, it's like 4:30. You haven't been watching the clock all day, right? You haven't been watching the clock all week, huh? Yeah, you have. Every minute. The clock just seems like tick, tick, tick. And it's the slowest it's ever been at about 4:30. And all of a sudden, okay, I know what I need to get super ready. I need to get busy. I need to clean my desk. I need to get all my stuff ready for Monday morning. I'm going to get busy, busy, busy. I want to get busy, busy, busy because I know at 5 o'clock the bell rings. I'm going. I want this 30 minutes to pass. And you look up at the clock finally because you think it's certainly almost 5 o'clock and it's 4:40. And it seems like an eternity until the bell rings at 5. Only for you to face another Sunday night. That's the typical week. That's the typical week for the typical family in the typical United States and Canada. You see, folks, I don't know about you, but I want to work with people that don't want to do something typical. They want to do something extraordinary, extraordinary, right? That's what that means. I mean, you be above the ordinary, be above the typical, right? I mean, typical week for me is whatever I want it to be. I can wake up every morning and choose to live that day the way I want to choose to live that day. Marcy and I, after this is over, Sunday, we're going to enjoy the kids today, enjoy the kids tomorrow, right, and all that kind of stuff, right? And then we're hightailing up to Highlands, North Carolina to spend a week at our mountain home. Why? Because that's our typical week with Primerica. You see, typical with Primerica is extraordinary compared to everybody else. And that's what I worked for, to do something extraordinary. You know, I hear people all the time in Primerica, rightfully so, saying, man, you got to pay the price. You got to be willing to pay the price. If you're willing to pay the price, you can live an extraordinary life. If you can pay a price for that first few years of your life, you can live the rest of your life free if you're willing to pay the price, okay? And you know, it's almost like, well, the only way I guess I have to pay a price if I come to Primerica. Slow down for a minute. Don't ever forget, everybody on this planet who's breathing breath has to pay a price. Everybody pays a price. What you get to decide is what kind of price do you want to pay. You know, there's a typical price out there for a typical life, and that is you get a job, right? And you go through that typical week after week, month after month, year after year, and you get 40 years of paying a price where you don't get to see your kids grow up, you don't get to travel when you want to, when you do get to travel, you don't get to go to the places you want to, and you wake up at age 65, and you got this pension plan, you know, that you're praying that the company still exists after you retire, right? And it's a lot, about half of what you couldn't live on in the first place. And you spend that whole life dedicating your life to that corporation, which I think somebody said that business is business. It's not emotional, it's a business, right? That corporation doesn't know your family, doesn't care about your family. You leave, and 95% of the people that live a typical career will be broke at age 65. The very time they need to be free, they're not. And you know what? All of a sudden they leave and they go out to do nothing because they think that living life so you can do nothing one day is the dream. No, they usually die a few years after that. That's the typical life, okay? I've experienced also typical corporate life when I saw my father, who was an executive with United Airlines, get terminated when he was in his 50s. I saw my father-in-law, who was a high exec number 2 man in Western Auto, he got terminated. I said, man, I don't ever want to experience anything like that. I am so glad that I was introduced to Primerica so I could live an extraordinary life, but not something typically. Marcy and I are, I'm 66, Marcy's 67. And we're enjoying the richest time of our lives. I mean, we don't have to retire. Man, we own a business. We're making more money now than we ever had in our careers. Folks, I'm challenging you today to pay a Primerica price where you get going and you work like crazy after hours, you work like crazy over the weekends for a few years of your life so you can have freedom for the rest of your life. Yeah, do you have to pay a price in Primerica? Yes. But it's the greatest price you've been asked to pay because it's not near as bad as the price of living a typical life. It's time for you to get it done, to get ownership. If you're part-time with us, it's time for you to make a decision on when you're going to go full-time so you can experience the work of a lifetime, okay? So that's my message to you, Gforce. And now we're going to end with the people who've chosen to live an extraordinary life, but getting as many people registered for this event as humanly possible. So, Marcy, you got, let's see.
Honey, I'm so glad that almost 45 years ago I chose to marry somebody who wasn't typical but was extraordinary.
Yeah, you probably did. Right? I surprised you.
Yeah, you
I did surprise you. You got to admit.
You were a great surprise.
Well, sweetheart, this is our for the USA team, right? This is our
USA
and we're going to
one.
get this in the mail. It'll be at your office this week. But we have top 3 people, and we'll see who number 1 is. Number 3 in attendance for registration, Angie and Henry Guetta. Number 2, Kobe and Chastity Roberts. And number 1, by 1 registration, Pete and Nelly Tarena.
Woo! Nelly, we love y'all. Proud of you.
And then we got this one coming to our Canada leadership team. And let me read the top 3. And all 3 of these come out of Western Canada. So number 3, Sue and Jared Rogan. Number 2, Mike and Sonia Gatto. And number 1, Bob and Rhonda Graham.
Woohoo! Way to go, Bob and Rhonda. Proud of y'all.
So folks, listen, this is the last time we're gathering together this year. We're going to announce to you our plans for next year as we go to the Dome and display the Gforce movement to the Primerica world. But the only way I can leave you is the way I started. And I started with a little scripture that's meaningful and inspires me every day. I want to end, and I hope you can relate to this. But in Galatians 6:9, the Apostle Paul says, do not grow weary in what? In doing good. If you're doing good, it's tough to get tired, okay? But for at the proper time, you will reap a harvest if you do not give up. It's worth it, Gforce. God bless you, and let's finish the month out strong. Thank you.
Love you, teammates.
See, success in Primerica doesn't come from some natural gifting. It doesn't come from some amazing talent. It comes from hard work applied with this great business system.
It's a tenacity and a consistency business.
I really believe the dream rests in one word only, and it's freedom.